Alright. Right on time. Perfectly on time, it appears. Alright. So, we're just waiting for Grumpy to spawn in. Our TSAT, though, for us, is, it's going to be 620. Let me go ahead and get RAS up, Moby Flight, and all the other lovely stuff. Lovely tools I use real quickly. Or Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. Always at 1 a.m. Always at 1 a.m. We're taking the 772 today. Alright. Let's see. Wait for Grumpy to spawn in. He was in earlier. I wonder if he's doing a reboot. Wonder if any. Gotta wonder if any is giving him issues again. Very, very possible. I guess previously he's canceled us because of any builds. And him not having a decent bus long haul. So, but I mean, he was in earlier. So, flight plan files. Alright. Yeah, he was in the 340 not too long ago. Let's see. Yeah, 620 is the current, is our departure. But we will see if we actually hold up to that. Alright, let's go ahead and begin to get the aircraft running. External power can go ahead and go on. Actually, I think I have that. Deru's on. Emergency lights to arm. Get the batteries on. Get all those on. Alright. Oh shit, I know why it's not working. I know why. Alright, nav lights on. Logo wing on. Alright. Alright. Any depending on message from Grumpy saying that he's still on, but I think we still need to continue on with this for this week because this week is kind of a bit of a busy week for me in terms of work. Like the second half of the week, it's just not going to be possible for work, or just not going to be possible for me to stream in the late nights that I usually go with. All right. Anyway. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Grumpy. Yeah, he was in earlier. I did notice he was in earlier, so you will see. He was in an A340 earlier, but I mean, Heathrow might be especially laggy right now just because of everything that's going on. Just because there's a number of us on the ground at Heathrow right now. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's supposed to be 7 of us, including Grumpy. So, anyway, and our frames have plummeted a little as well. Oh, great. Yeah, I forgot I had to. FS actions. I had to clear out the WASM folder. Oh, nice, we're getting London. Aircraft. Equipment. First things first. Options, simulation, IRS options, realistic. Okay, gotta make sure that's going on. Yeah, we are getting London. We are getting London Center online, which is nice. Let's see here. Options. Yep. Aircraft equipment. Sorry. No, I think it is options actually. Simulation, and I'm looking for. Rudder, artillery, and rudder. There we go. Now I think this aircraft is set up back to the way I had it before. So anyway. All right. At least we're getting some ATC online. It's always a nice thing. That is always a nice thing. I'll watch him if spawned in it. I think Tricky's up. Yeah, no. Yep, London control a few minutes. Yeah, I'll give London control a few minutes to get everything up and running. And I thought I saw Grumpy on the ground earlier. So I know it. I did. Oh great, rain. Alright. Anyway, let's go ahead and get the route in. Oh, first off, let's go ahead and get our clearance, I think, is a better idea. London control is on. Well, actually, first off, let's go ahead and just listen into ATIS. And we'll write everything down. ATIS is on 128.080. 128.080.
Type and current QNH on first contact with Heathrow. Heathrow information Romeo. Time 0550 Zulu. Arrival runway 27 left, departure runway 27 right. Runway condition report 666. Transition level flight level 75. Surface, wind 100, 5 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Broken at 900 feet, broken at 1,400 feet, overcast at 2,500 feet. Temperature +7, dew point +6. QNH 997. Nosing. Pilots are to exercise caution when maneuvering in the runway holding area and tip clearance is not assured. Acknowledge receipt of information Romeo and advise aircraft type and current QNH on first contact with Heathrow.
That's weird how it's at 27
information Romeo.
when it's
Heathrow information Romeo. Time 0550 Zulu. Arrival runway 09 left.
Oh, there he is.
Departure runway 09 right. Runway condition report 666. Transition level flight level 75. Surface, wind 100, 5 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more.
That's weird how they would say 27 right. Just verify that that's actually what I have. Oh, no, it's 09. It's 09 right. I was about to say. I was about to say. Let's see here. There he is. There he is. Let me just go ahead and tell him. Alright. Alright, there we go. Alright, go ahead and tune center in a moment. Everybody's gonna need a few extra minutes. Yes. Alright, let's see here. Alright, let's go ahead and begin to get this aircraft set up. Actually, we have until 30. Yeah, we do have until 30 before we have any issues. Alright. Let's go ahead and talk to control now. 127.430. London Control, Speedbird 2, Lumen Juliet, ground at Heathrow, stand 24, request IFR clearance to Baltimore, stand 248.
Subject 183, turn to altitude 3,500 feet.
3,500, subject 183.
ET 26 Juliet uniform, climb now, flight level 190.
190, easy 26 Juliet.
Speedbird 2, Lima Juliet, please file a flight plan.
Flight plan not filed.
Subject 183, turn left, heading 080 degrees, cleared ILS 05 right.
Oh, it's connected to the wrong bloody call sign. That's the issue. There we go.
If you continue on Alpha, then link 55 opposite direction onto Bravo, hold Vickers.
022 Bravo. So we are.
On Alpha, link 55, hold with the shuttles.
And Shuttle 6 Quebec, then Bravo in the opposite direction to hold Vickers.
Roger, Bravo, opposite direction, hold with the shuttle 6 Quebec.
Alright. London Control, Speedbird 22 Bravo, stand 248, ready for IFR clearance to Baltimore.
Speedbird 22 Bravo, London Roger, you are cleared to Baltimore via Compton flight plan route. After departure, runway 09 right, climb straight ahead to London 2 DME, then turn right heading 220 degrees, maintain 6,000 feet, QNH 907, squawk 6013.
Alright. And Speedbird 22 Bravo has the PDC sent me.
Subject 183, runway 05 right, clear to land, surface wind 080 degrees 4 knots.
Alright.
So if I'm right, clear to land, copy wind, subject 183.
Alright.
26 uniform, resume my navigation, direct Talbot, flying flight level 3.
That's gonna be weird.
Direct Delta 350, easy 26 Juliet.
Is it init? GPS.
Speedbird 612, ready push back. 220 now, stand 539.
Is there no Compton 5 Juliet?
Speedbird 612, jet the squawk, please, 6017.
2 DME.
6017,
Very, very weird.
612, yes, that's correct.
Okay, very, very, very weird.
Confirm squad. The squad 6017.
Nice Spirit 612, I can't see you, so I guess you're not squawking that.
6013.
Under control, shuttle 6 November, turn to Glasgow.
Activate route.
Shuttle 6 November, land
Execute.
control, hello. Continue hold at Cobra, and then once you get to Cobra, please file a flight plan.
220.
Continue taxiing to Cobra and hold short Cobra and follow the flight plan, shuttle 6 November.
Speedbird 612, right, I've got the scorecard position due traffic.
Pole position 612.
Very, very weird. I've never gotten that kind of clearance before. I've never gotten that kind of clearance. So it's straight ahead to DME, then right turn heading to 0 degrees. Alright. So, is there a way to put in, like, DME? Okay, let's see here. Fix.
Control, good morning, speed bad, 176, flight 390, contact 01 Hotel.
Speedbird 176 Alpha London, hello, squawk 1127.
Squawk 1127,
Speedbird 612, give way to company left to right, then push and start to prove face south, QNH 997.
Give way for company, push and start to what direction for 612?
612, face south.
Face south, Speedbird 612.
Shuttle 6 Quebec, continue via link 53, hold November Bravo 11.
Continue on link 53, hold November Bravo 11, Speedbird, shuttle 6 Q.
Land control, good morning. Speedbird 765 information is Romeo LS1 Hotel Feather 380.
3765 land control, good morning, squawk 2315.
Squawk 2315, Speedbird 765.
Finner 69 with you. That's stand 336. We're ready to push and start. We have Romeo.
Speedbird 69 stand 336, push and start to prove face west, QNH 997.
997 for Finner 69.
London Control, good morning, AirNott 56 Tango. Stand 242, A343 is the aircraft with Romeo on board. Request IFR clearance to Baltimore.
AirNott 56 Tango cleared to Baltimore via Compton flight plan route. After departure, runway 09 right, climb straight ahead to London 2 DME, then
He's
turn
gonna get it
right
as well.
heading to 20 degrees. Maintain 6,000 feet on QNH 997, squawk 6003.
London Control, AirNott 56 Tango, receive PDC.
Great.
Alright.
Speedbird 176 Alpha, when ready, descend flight level 200.
Alright. Altitude 6,000. Yeah, he has to send us all PDCs because apparently they're not using the Compton 5 Juliet departure. So 9 or 9 or 7.
Finno 7 Lima 5% 340 left, push and start approved, facing north, Heathrow QNH 997.
I actually have to look up how to do this.
Shuttle 6 Quebec from November Bravo 11, runway 09 right, clear for takeoff, winds 100 degrees, 5 knots.
Copy wind, clear for takeoff for November Bravo 11, shuttle 6.
Alright, let's see here.
London Control, shuttle 6 November at file flight plan.
Shuttle 6 November, check your DMs, I've sent you a clearance.
Okay, so that'll be two, I think 20. Sorry, 0, and then yeah. Nope. Oh, use the fix function in the
Speedbird
SMC.
765,
Yeah.
when ready, descend flight level 180, level by airbags.
And ready descent to flight level 180 level. Speedbird 765.
Target light vacate.
Tomjet 183, welcome to Manchester, hold at Bravo Zulu 1.
Welcome to Manchester.
Alright, so it's an initial climb, then turn, essentially. Alright. I've never gotten one of those departures.
Bravo Zulu 1, cross 05 left.
Never gotten one of those departures.
Hold Bravo 2.
Really late now, but okay.
Via Bravo Zulu, crossing left, taxi Bravo.
Okay. Right then, let's go ahead and take a look at some brief in terms of performance data.
Shuttle 6 November, taxi right onto link 56, right onto Bravo, and hold short of link
Sim temp
54.
48. It'll be takeoff 1.
Fixing to turn right, link 56, then Bravo, then hold short at link 524, shuttle 6 November.
On flaps 5. Okay, calculate
Tomjet
that.
183, taxi via Delta, Echo, and November Delta, stand
100 degrees 5.
Taxi San 302 via Bravo Delta Echo November Bravo.
Alright. See, temperature 7. Alright. Alright. We're looking solid now. FMC comm, wind, load. I've never gotten that kind of departure, so I'm thinking I'm probably going to muck it up. But since we know it's going to be VORs, let's go and get that.
Shuttle 6 November at link 54, join Alpha, hold Dasso.
Okay. For now, we'll just put that in.
Say again, shuttle 6 November, sir.
Shuttle 6 November at link 54, join Alpha, hold Dasso.
Link 54, Alpha, then that's all. Shuttle 6 November.
Window heat on.
Shuttle 6 Quebec, report your passing altitude, climb now, flight level 360.
Passing 2200, climb 260, shuttle 6 Quebec.
360.
Russia 360, shuttle 6 Quebec.
Let me go finish 69's ready to go.
Finish 690, roger, taxi Alpha, hold down, correction, taxi link 56 and Alpha, hold down, sorry.
56 Alpha and then hold, just repeat hold, sorry.
Finish 690, hold at Dasso.
Speedbird 612 ready taxi, runway 09 right.
Alright, so yeah, that is essentially
612,
once airborne turn.
Bravo 10.
You ready to go?
Block.
I'm essentially there.
612, hold November Bravo 10.
Just waiting on my AP now. But yeah, I'm essentially ready to go as well.
Speedbird 612.
Alright.
Finish 690, confirm, hold Dasso.
Yeah, we got that, hold Dapper for, Finner 69.
Control, Speedbird 22 Bravo, stand 248. Information Romeo, ready, push and start.
Speedbird 22 Bravo, say again the stand number?
248.
22 Bravo, roger, from 248, you push and start to prove, face north, QNH 997.
Push and start approved, face north, Speedbird 22 Bravo.
Shuttle 6 November, follow company to November Bravo 10.
Let's get it interesting.
Follow company to November 10, Bravo 10, shuttle 6 November.
Facing north. I've never gotten that. Well, It'd make more sense to face south, but I guess in terms of like directions, I guess it makes sense. And just verify for Bird 22 Bravo, face north.
A firm face north. I've got traffic further down on Lima that might want to push.
Roger.
Speed of 612 from November Bravo 10, runway 09 right, clear to takeoff, winds 100 degrees, 5 knots.
Clear for takeoff on 09 right, speed base 612.
Shuttle 6 November behind, departing company A320 by November Bravo 10.
Are the beacons on?
Behind company 10 line runway 09 right, shuttle 61.
You can take us on a tour of Heathrow, I think. Alright. So you're not turning on nav and VNAV on yet. Do that later. You have the initial heading in. Good. Alright, now you go ahead and dismiss ground handling.
Sunjet 183, you can mount out in the centre.
Sunjet 183, it's stand 302.
Yeah, I've got local traffic out there, we have 610-305.
That's approved.
Okay, thank you.
London Control AirNott 56 Tango Heathrow, stand 242, ready, push and start.
AirNott 56 Tango, stand 242, push and start, approved, face south, QNH 997.
Approved, push and start, face south 0997.
Alright, remove ground power, remove trunks. Alright.
Then 7 Lima Papa, taxi left Bravo, link 56, Alpha, hold Dasso.
Okay, that's left Bravo, links 5-6, and they said hold Dasso for
Then 7 Lima Papa negative, left Bravo, link 56, then Alpha to Dasso.
7 Bravo, links 5-6, Alpha to Dasso.
Alright. You have to be on our A game with this.
1005, runway 09 right, can take off.
Take off on runway 09 right, shuttle 61.
Speed of 612, report your passing altitude.
Speedbird 612 at 2000, climbing 6000.
Speed of 612, thank you. When passing 4000, route direct brain. Climb now, flight level 390.
Climb flight level 390 at flight level 040. What's direct?
612 at 4000, direct to brain.
Direct brain when passing flight level 040. Speedbird 612.
Alright, the throttle cam needs some slight adjusting as well.
Speedbird 765, begin 1 Zulu arrival, route direct Ockham.
Zulu arrival, route direct Ockham, Speedbird 765.
Alright, GSX, I can confirm good engine start whenever you finish. Bring brake set. Confirm good engine start.
Link 53 November Bravo 11 for Finnair 690.
Flight controls. Full up. Full down.
Shuttle 6 November identified, climb now, flight level 320.
All good.
320, shuttle 6 November.
Alright. Let's see here. Initial climb 36, or sorry, initial altitude 60. Good. All right, let's go ahead and run through these checklists real quickly.
Speed
Just
76
override
right,
them just so you
flight
get the
right,
annoying
0.
warnings.
Send flight right, 0, speed 872.
I can confirm all that. Done. All right. Before taxi.
Shuttle
Anti-ice.
6 November, turn left.
All
flight
good.
heading
Recall.
350 degrees.
Auto brake. RTO. Flight
Contact
controls.
G5
Check
with
ground.
these,
Clear.
Shuttle 6 November.
Before taxi checklist complete. All right.
Goodness, 695 November, Bravo 11, runway 09 right, and take off with 100 degrees, 5 knots.
And control. Speedbird 22 Bravo. Ready. Taxi.
Speedbird 22 Bravo, taxi left on Bravo and hold Vickers. Speedbird 22 Bravo, taxi left on Bravo, hold Vickers.
Left Bravo. Hold Bickers. Speedbird 22 Bravo. All right. That hold is
Good morning, London Centre. Papadel Charlie 172 is with you.
Update Charlie 172, London Control, good morning. Listo 1 Charlie, arrival for London City.
Listo 1 Charlie, arrival for London City. Papadel Charlie 172, thank you.
Shuttle 6 November, resume main navigation, direct Hemel.
Return navigation direct Hamel, Shuttle 6 November.
is it down here?
Kathy 2 for 1, hello, what can I do for you? Kathy 5 for 1, push and start to approve, QNH 9 and 9 and 7.
Oh, sorry, I'm still trying to find these maps.
QNH 69, I report you passing altitude. 69, thanks, when passing 4,000, flight heading 060 degrees.
60 passing 4,000, finish 69.
Because there we go. Alright, there we go. Now I found it.
Dinner 7 Lima Papa, hold November Bravo 11.
Taxi lights are on. Good.
November Bravo 11 for
London Center, good morning, Iberia 22 India Alpha.
Iberia 22 India Alpha.
Yes, we are in the stand 18, IA 320, request pushback and start up engine, Iberia 22 India Alpha.
I'm not doing anything.
To India Alpha, Roger, push and start approved, face west, the Gatwick QNH is 9 and 9 and 7.
Approved, facing west, and QNH 997, Iberia 22 India Alpha.
Dinner 7 Lima Papa, via November Bravo 11, runway 09 right, clear the takeoff, surface winds 100 degrees, 5 knots. Dinner 69 at climb now, flight level 370.
369.
Shuttle 6 Quebec, route direct Ribble.
Sorry, say again, please, for Shuttle 6 Quebec.
Hold Vickers.
Quebec, route direct Ribble.
Then Rebel for Shuttle 6 Quebec.
Shuttle 6 November, route direct Ribble. Shuttle 6 November.
Alright, what's going on with the
6 November.
rudder? Whoa! What's going on with the rudder? I think I've seen none.
Shuffle 6 November. Go 69 and resume my navigation, direct left move.
6-9er and direct lat move for finish 6-9.
Control, good morning, School 8271, we're Stanton 24 at Heathrow. We have information from our QNH of 0997. Request push and start.
Gary 271, register 224, push and start approved, base west, QNH 997.
Push and approved, face west, QNH 997.
Go running turn off lights on just for increased visibility.
Speed 146 Alpha, descend flight level 140.
Descend flight level 140,
Alright.
Shuffle 6 November.
Sorry sir, shuttle 6 November.
Shuffle 6 November, please pay attention. Route direct Rebel.
Route direct level, shuttle 6 November.
Speed 765, leave Ockham heading 285.
Leaving Ockham heading 285, shuttle direction speed 765.
Control is 9 o'clock Golf, it's flight level 1250 inbound,
Super 95 Golf, hello, Tevra 2 Golf for Gatwick, squawk 6021.
Alright.
Super 2 Golf for Gatwick and squawk 6021, Super 9 Golf.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard this British Airways flight number 229, service now, Baltimore, Washington, Thurgood Marshall International Airport. The current time is nearly 6:40 in the morning. Hoping to have y'all there by about 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Heathrow local time. In a few moments we'll be taking off, so please sit back in your seats, get all strapped in, and talk to you in the air. Thank you.
Speedbird 176 Alpha, descend flight level 110.
110, 176 on.
Cathay 7541, I couldn't get those instructions, please.
Cathay 541, taxi Echo, and then right Alpha, correction, left Echo, and then right Alpha, hold Hawker.
Left Echo Alpha hold.
London Control AirNott 56 Tango, request taxi.
AirNott 56 Tango, taxi right Alpha, hold short Echo.
Taxi right to Alpha, hold short Echo. 56 Tango.
London Center, we are ready for taxi, Iberia 2 to India.
Iberia 2 to India Alpha, taxi Juliet, hold Juliet 1.
Via Juliet 1, Iberia 2 to India.
Easy 26 Juliet, uniform, Martin Unicom 122, that's slide.
122 display, easy 26 Juliet, uniform, see up.
NS7 Lima Papa, resume mode, navigation, direct left right.
Alright, so that's resume on navigation direct.
So NS7 Lima Papa, direct left right.
Lap
Zipper 905 Golf, descend flight level 140, level way Hampton.
Descend level 140 by Hampton.
Alright, holding short.
Papa Delta Charlie 172, route direct TXX.
Papa Delta Charlie 172, say again, direct to?
Papa Delta Charlie 172, route direct TXX.
Confirm Tango India X-ray Echo X-ray.
Papa Charlie 172, that's correct.
Papa Del Charlie 172, direct TIX-X.
Alright.
Speedbird 176 Alpha, landing 09 left, turn left, heading 030 degrees.
Landing 09 left, left heading 0, 060.
Go on.
Hey, London, center of the nearest Papa on left right.
So we'll finish having Papa direct brain, and then what's the next 3 waypoints after brain?
I got Rain, Avo, and Tetsa.
What have you got, Tetsa?
The Tetsa I got,
Go to right left, bro.
Correct, left, sorry.
Speedbird 176 Alpha, turn left, heading 030 degrees, descend flight level 80.
Left heading 0, descend flight level 80.
Speedbird 22 Bravo, holding short figures.
Speedbird 22 Bravo, hold November Bravo 11.
November Bravo 11, Speedbird 22 Bravo.
AirNott 56 Tango, hold Hawker.
Hold Hawker for 56 Tango.
Speedbird 176 Alpha, descend to altitude 5,000 feet, the Heathrow QNH999 descend, you've got approximately 32 miles to touchdown, taking you through the local line to establish from the north.
She's on. Interesting controller.
Finish 69 and climb flight level 410.
Up to 410 for Finnair 69.
Shuttle 6 November, confirm you're flying at flight level 320.
Sorry sir, it was 330, I'm descending to 320 sir.
November Bravo 11.
Iberia 22 India Alpha, Juliet 1, runway 08 right, clear for takeoff, surface wind 080 degrees at 6 knots.
Clear for takeoff, runway 08 right, Iberia 22 India.
Cafe 541, hold November Bravo 11. Speedbird 22 Bravo for November Bravo 11, runway 09 right, clear takeoff, wind 090 degrees at 6 knots.
Clear takeoff from November Bravo 11, Speedbird 22 Bravo.
AirNott 56 Tango, hold November Bravo 11.
Hold November Bravo 11 for 56 Tango.
Speedbird 176 Alpha, turn right, heading 120 degrees. When established on the localizer, runway 09 left, descend with the glide.
120 degrees.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Speedbird 765, 26 miles, landing 09 left, descend to altitude 5,000 feet, Heathrow QNH 997.
Descend to 5,000 feet, QNH 997, Speedbird 765.
Let's turn and burn.
Speedbird 450, stand 512, pushing start to improve, face south, QNH 997.
On taxiway, on taxiway.
Shut up, we're fine.
1 line of 09 right. NSS, we're down to 410.
Pause right gear up. Passing 2000, speedbird 22 Bravo.
Cafe 541, wind 090 degrees, 6 knots, runway 09 and right, take off. Zipper 95 Golf, landing runway is 08 right, no delay, route direct Mayfield, leave Mayfield, heading 270 degrees.
There you go.
Landing runway 08 right, no delay, heading 270 degrees, don't have off.
Speed of 2 Bravo, turn right, heading 280 degrees, climb now, flight level 130.
Climb now, flight 130 to 80 degrees, speedbird 22 Bravo.
Speed of 765, turn right, heading 360 degrees, speed 180 knots or less.
Right, speed 60, speed 180 knots.
AirNott 56 Tango, line up 09 right.
Line up 09 right, 256 Tango.
Yep.
Speed 176 Alpha, runway 09 left, with a land, wind 090 degrees, 6 knots. AirNott 56 Tango, runway 09 right, take off, wind 090 degrees, 6 knots.
Clear for takeoff 09 right, 56 Tango.
Iberia 22, India, Alpha, disregard, correct speed of 22 Bravo, that's the plane I want to resume my navigation direct Vauxhall, climb flight level 380.
Climb now, flight level 380, direct Oxall, speedbird 22 Bravo.
Speed 765, turn right, heading 060 degrees, descend to altitude 3,000 meters, and when stops on the localizer, runway 09 left, descend with glide.
Left, correction right, 060, descend to 3000 feet, and stationary localizer, 09 left, descend to 30 meters.
Iberia 22, India, Alpha, turn left, flight heading 345, climb flight level 190.
345 and 190, Iberia 22 India.
Zipper 95 Golf, when ready, descend flight level 80 to be level at Mayfield.
Ready, 80, behind.
Just verify it was 230 for 22 Bravo.
Cafe 541, reporting passing altitude. Cafe 541, identified, climb now, flight level 100. Discovery 271 via Oster, hold November Bravo 11. Shuttle 6 correct, one, see you in a couple more.
Alright.
Weapon Center, finish 600, requesting early handoff if possible.
2 stations at once. Speed of 450, hold at NASA. AirNott 56 Tango, report your passing altitude.
Passing 1,700.
AirNott 56 Tango, roger, break, Finnair 69, monitor Unicom.
And just verify the altitude for speedbird 22 Bravo.
Speed of 22 Bravo, flight level 380.
Flight level 380 for speedbird 22 Bravo. We're going quite high initially today.
56 Tango, turn right, heading 290 degrees, climb now, flight level 360.
Turn heading 290, climb 360, 56 Tango.
You go nav now.
Cafe 541, route direct Conan.
Sure, we can go VNav now.
Iberia 22, India Alpha, resume own navigation direct Brooklands Park, climb flight level 240.
We're airborne now.
That is Bravo Papa Kilo, the fix, Iberia 22 India.
Iberia 22 India Alpha, correct, climb flight level 240.
Okay, so direct to Bravo Papa ground, flight level 240, Iberia 22 India.
Cafe 541, climb flight level 350.
Alright. we are airborne now and looking quite good. Our first oceanic waypoint of today's flight is... let's see. Going to be Malot. Current ETA 801. So okay, we have some time before we need to get put in our oceanic clearance.
Area 286, stand 536, push and start approved, face south, QNH 997.
Lights off. Whoa. What's that about? What's that little rockiness about?
Area 286, push and start approved, face south, QNH 997.
Go down the center.
AirNott 56, Tango, resume my navigation direct offshore.
Resume navigation direct onshore 56 Tango.
Charlie 172, when ready, descend, flight level 220, level by T6.
When ready, descend 220 and level by T6. Papa Del Charlie 172.
Not very often that you get this kind of view, is it now?
09 left, clip and wind 090 degrees, 6 knots.
Left 09 left,
Smooth 176 out, 1 in the Heathrow, taxi right, Bravo, stand by 31. Smooth 450, back November Bravo 10, runway 09 and right, give take upward 090 degrees, 6 knots.
Alright, what is our cruising for today? Actually, it's saying 827. Oh, sorry, no. Yeah, no, actually it's going to say 827, which is actually like really slow. Alright, we need to request it in... I'm going to request it in about 15-20 minutes.
2119 7537.
To be honest, I'm probably going to request it pretty much, maybe as soon as we get out of London airspace. Yeah, but we need to request it no later than 15 minutes before we arrive at our first oceanic waypoint, which for me it is Malot. But I tried to get it in around 45 minutes. But we are within the window now. We are within the window now to request it, so. Alright, in terms of step climbs, we have one at 10:43 Zulu, that's in 3.5 hours. Currently estimating Baltimore 205 Zulu, so not bad. Actually, I'm not estimating the 38.3 tons of fuel. No, that's not accurate. No, that's pounds. Might have something to do in here. Yeah, that's all pounds, which means I need to switch it. Where is it? Where is it? Turn. Displays, maybe. Yeah, there we go. Kilos. There we go. 17.4 now. Looking better. Pro tip, don't clear your WASM folder unless you absolutely have to. Because that'll get rid of all your settings. I think I have RP Insight. You... in a few moments is what we'll do. We'll do it in a few moments. Yeah, we'll do it in a few minutes. Direct Slaney, Speedbird to 2 Bravo. And that's why I don't want to do it too early, because now that's going to mess with our ETA. Not by enough to make it change, but it will mess with our ETA a little. Which we need to put in our filing. So I generally do it when going westbound. I tend to do it around top of climb. But the main thing is, the main thing is you have to put it in not after 90 minutes before your speed arrival at that waypoint, but not less than 15 minutes. So we'll get it in a moment because we are now in the window. I generally do it about 45 minutes or top of climb, so 45 minutes till our entry waypoint, which mine is Malot. Alright. Why are we leveling off? Don't know why we're weird there. Yep. Yep. Alright, actually we can go ahead and put it in now. Alright, so the NatTrack website is nattrack.batsim.net. Go ahead and put that in chat now. Alright. sign in with VATSIM. There's a few bits of information we need. If the NatTrack website is going to work today. It is. There we go. Go ahead and go to request clearance. Put in your requested oceanic flight level. Put in your maximum. My maximum is flight level 400. Put in my requested Mach number. I'm going to go Mach 083. So I'm actually going to edit that now in my FMC. Mach 0.83. When you put it in NatTrack, remove the decimal, drop the final digit. It'll be 083. Okay, requesting NatTrack. Sorry, requested NatTrack. If it's not showing up here, which I don't think it is. It's not. That's fine. We can just put in as filed. Is it mail out to GTAP? It is. Another way you can tell is if you look in your SimBrief flight plan. Alright. All good. If you put in, or if you look in your SimBrief, it'll say Foxtrot, so. Alright. Oceanic sector, we are starting off in Shanwick. It'll automatically fill the entry fix, and then we just need our ETA for that waypoint. So mine for that waypoint is 8012. And we just need a few bits of information. I always leave my cell cal in here, so mine is Mike Bravo Echo Hotel. And then up at the top of the page, it'll give you a TMI. Just copy that in. Just verify everything is correct. 380 destination. Yep. 083. AirNott. Right. Good. There we go. And that's all we need. Oh, what do you mean stop? Roger. G-fast stop. Alright. Alright, so it's... Alright. So you put in your call sign, destination, this should already be pre-filled. Okay. Put in requested Mach, so it is... So mine is going to be 083. Okay. Requested NatTrack, so essentially the route across the ocean. You can find this by looking at your MCDU or FMC, or you can also look at SimBrief. It has me on track Foxtrot. Okay. Now, if you didn't see this, if you didn't see the route in here, that's fine. You can just put in as filed. Okay. First, oceanic entry. We are starting out in Shanwick. Okay. Estimated arrival, put that in Zulu for your entry point. So our entry point is Malot. So whatever waypoint you're expecting. Sorry, whatever waypoint is your first one across the Atlantic. Put that whatever your ETA is for that. Put that in right there. And then I always leave my cell cal in here. Right. I always leave my cell cal in here. And then TMI. So just need some information found at the top of the web page. Right. TMI is 33 currently. So is that better? Sorry if I went a bit faster. That's what I get for trying to listen into London Control. So. Does that make sense better now? Just make sure to put in your maximum flight level that you can accept. It doesn't really matter, right? Because this year's like the remarks, right? You can put it in SoCal, Mike Bravo, Echo Hotel, for example. You can put it in like that, right? It doesn't really matter, right? The main thing is if it's not already in your flight plan, which I always have it in my flight plan because I have some briefs set up differently, right? It'll be in this box right here. I always want to leave it in here, so. And then if we get an Oceanic controller, the first thing we'll do is we'll have a little conversation that looks like this. Speeder, Oceanic controller, or whatever you want to call them. Call sign, so for me it would be Speedbird 22 Bravo with you. Flight level, currently flight level 380, request SoCal check, right? Then they'll ask for your SoCal, right? And then for me, I get to say SoCal, Mike Bravo Echo Hotel, right? They'll ask for your current Mach number, and then of course you can give that to them as well. And then in terms of what a SoCal alert looks like, it'll pop up in vPilot. It'll give you a little buzz, right? But a much nicer buzz than the like direct messages, right? It'll be kind of like a cabin chime, if you know what I mean. It'll pop up and say SoCal alert in vPilot if you have it set up correctly, which you should. So, does that help out? And then once we go over Oceanic, now we're at cruise. If we get an Oceanic controller, it'll help them out. If we get an Oceanic controller, it'll help them out by a pretty significant amount. Liar system. Right. Until then, right. Squawk 2000 for Oceanic. Once we go Oceanic, make sure to have that squawk code written down, which actually I'll do right now. 6013. Right. Because once we go over land again, we'll put that back in. So. Yeah, right. But now we just wait for our handoff from London and yeah, get to chill here. So, and I'll give you more information once we're both off of London. It's kind of hard to talk when we're on London. And we are kind of approaching the point where we will get a handoff. Yeah, I bet it was. This thing was quite heavy on takeoff as well. Yeah. I mean, 777's a beast all around in terms of heavies. I mean, it is what it is. So, you have 2 engines that can overpower 3 of the engines on an A340. So. Alright. That should work. I'm gonna do 8-3. I'm gonna do 8-3 for cruise, just because this thing does not really like doing 8-2. At least I don't like doing 8-2. But I can do 8-2. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to wait until we're off of London. I'm trying to wait until we're both out of London, then we can talk a bit more. Shouldn't be long. Shouldn't be long. Alright, let's see. You're looking pretty good today. I think my system might have finally finished re-indexing some, redoing the scenery indexes, and rebuilding the WASM for the most part. I think, anyway. That takeoff wasn't smooth, but I mean, it's London on a busy day, so manage your expectations, but it wasn't bad either. I've had it worse, so I have had worse frames in the triple. At least Baltimore will be nice and calm for frames. Fluid file. Pictures. That was screenshots. Alright. I can't type with this tiny little keyboard. Yeah. I know. I know. I was about to get worried. I know. It's impressive. It's really, really impressive. It's very rare that I see anyone cover the entirety of London. Sorry, the entirety of England. London Center. Heathrow is not. 122.8 now for 22 Bravo. Thanks for your services. Bye bye. Alright. I got my handoff. I got my handoff now. Alright. Slaney, then we are direct to Malot. Right, and then from Malot we are on the oceanic track. Alright. Take that headset off because it is kind of hard to have for really extended periods of time. You are still on. You'll get it off in... You'll be off in like maybe 2-3 minutes. Oh dear. Plan. Or nope. Wrong buttons, you bigot. There we go. Showing you about 30 miles behind me. Maybe actually closer to 40. I'll reduce. I will reduce. Ravina 8-2. I will reduce speed. Alright, what I need now is to take a look at how much fuel is in the centers. Fuel, yeah, I'll turn those pumps off rather, save that for later if we need to. Chase plane, behave. Alright. Currently estimating Baltimore at 1408 Zulu, 17.5 tons of fuel, which is enough. It's more than enough, actually. 1408, so what's that my time? About 9 a.m. Seems about right. Seems about right. Got the day off today as well, so looking nice and solid to spend the whole day. Well, I'm actually gonna go to sleep right after this. Potentially. I need to go mail a letter to the FAA. Assuming that, oh wait, the government's shut down. Fuck. And it's only a partial shutdown. I do need to go mail a letter to the FAA. Kindly asking an extension for the 60 days that they gave me. Any forms I need to fill out for the neuropsych. Yep, you'll get it here in a moment. In the meantime, I've reduced to 8.2 for you. That doesn't change my that shouldn't change my ETA at Malot by any more than a few minutes. No, it won't. Nice. Well, I need to mess around with some settings here. Right. If I auto cruise is off. Yes. Yes, it is. Good. Do not want to go insanely far ahead because that shit gets turned on by accident. Good. Alright. Aircraft, equipment, trait displays. What I want to see is... No. Might be in simulation. Aircraft. Or options. Simulation maybe? Show thrust lever position. Yes. So that gives me is VAT simulator first row. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, you should be out of his way, out of his airspace now. He probably just forgot. Okay, Novgraph's up though. Novgraph's working. And Novgraph has become more reliable in recent days and months. Yeah, I was about to say. Yep. He probably meant to do it as a batch, and then they had then he probably had other priorities. It happens. All right. So yeah, we are showing ourselves over Irish airspace now. Actually, over mainland Ireland now. We're going to pass Shannon, which is a... I haven't ever been to Shannon, but apparently it is a U.S. pre-clearance airport. But more importantly, it's also a diversion point in case of any significant issues that would require us to divert. I'm going to pull my throttles back ever so slightly, just so you don't have to deal with them later. Yeah, it didn't used to be like that. I wonder, ever since I had to repair OBS, I wonder if that changed one of my settings. And I did have to repair OBS recently. Damn, OBS kinda doesn't work very well. I mean, it's the best software out there, but it doesn't repair it. I have a lot of issues with OBS at times. But I knock on wood, my internet issues should be fixed now. What I did was I updated the firmware on the router. I swapped out the cable in case the cable was bad, running from my router, actually running from my switch to my router. And then I also updated my Realtek Ethernet driver in the event that had any kind of issue, with, which I think it might have, especially after the 3 to 4 crashes. So, yep, I can reduce to 8.1. Done. Reducing 8.1. Yeah, the A340. There was another reason that I gave up the A340. One of them was the fact that it cruised very, very slowly across the Atlantic, which kind of ruined it for me. So. Alright. Selected speed 8.1. New ETA for Baltimore is 1413 Zulu. Estimating with 17.6, which is more than enough. Our optimum right now is 370. We're at 38. That's fine. It's recommending 340. I guess that's due to winds, but we're not going to do 340. We're going to do 380. And then we do have a step climb at 10:48 Zulus. That's in 3.5 hours. Yeah, that is fair. That is a fair point, actually. Because it's not the same aircraft, is it? It's the same type of aircraft, but it's not the same aircraft entirely. It's a newer version with the cameras, which I don't know why Airbus made that, but okay. Yeah, the tallest one I'm actually looking forward to. Alright, I need some to drink. Picked up some root beer from the grocery store earlier. See how that is? Alright, so what's going to happen once we go oceanic is we are going to squawk 2000. So at Melot, we are going to put in that squawk. I have my squawk written down. I recommend writing yours down. That is oceanic procedure. We're going to maintain the Mach speed. Right. And we're going to maintain our altitude. If ATC comes online, which it's a Monday, so I don't know if they'll come online, then we will tell them our flight level, SoCal, and request the SoCal check. Also need to tell them the Mach, so. Oh dear. Oh dear. Uh-oh. It means your WASM has crashed. There's no getting out of it until you restart the sim. Bloody any builds. Bloody any builds. Bloody any builds. I'm sorry, mate. You can't get out of it until you restart the sim. Maybe you could try the new Sky Restore tool. Bloody any builds. Yeah, you kind of need that A340, don't you? Wonder if you tried to do something in it that it just didn't like. Well, the orange screens, if you look closely, it says WASM crash. So, unfortunately, there's nothing you can do until you clear out the WASM folder. But yeah, maybe ask Linus. Yep, and unfortunately it's a yep. Unfortunately, mate, you have to restart the sim. By the way, that's what did it for me in the A350, which I did reinstall this morning. But no, I'll tell you what. If you can get back up and running, I can wait. I mean, I got plenty of time to hold as well. So, maybe you could try the new Sky Restore tool. You could try it. I haven't tried it in any of the other aircrafts, but you could try it. I've done it in the triple a few times. I think I've done it in the A321 a few times, I think. Yep. Enable not going with the flow that Simbri fucks you with. That would do it. That seems like when there's any builds things to do. I understand, and I tend to agree. Damn, I feel really bad for you, and I know you're really looking forward to this. Make sure to close the new sky flight. But damn, I feel bad for you because any builds, they keep screwing you. They just keep screwing with us. I mean, yeah, I mean, I hopped in the A350 just to do a flight from Manchester to whatchamacallit, to Heathrow earlier, and I mean, I had issues that I didn't think I'd ever have, such as my throttle's not being correctly dealt with. But I'm not gonna throw the throttle issue on any builds. But when I thought they were fine, and there being no indication. Yep. Thank you. Yeah, we will have to do it, I guess, the other way, which I don't know when that's going to be. It might be Saturday, I don't know. But we will see when it happens. But thanks for at least trying today. So. Alright. In that case, I'm going to go back to 8-3. That root beer's not bad. Morning, Clark. Grumpy is having issues with any boats again, and we are crossing the pond again for this weekly Heathrow to Baltimore. We're doing it in the 772. You know, Grumpy, that is an option. The 777 is kind of just a bit of a more stripped down Dreamliner. Apparently they share the same common type rating. Dear Grumpy, that I wouldn't rule out the 777. I mean, I know it's brown, but I wouldn't rule it out. And Clark, in case you're wondering why I prefer the 777, one of the reasons is because any build is kind of unreliable. I mean, people have issues with the A350. People have issues with the A340. Right. Don't really know what to do about it. Let's see here. Back out of Wasm. see. Slate. I can't say I've ever used Blender, so I can't tell you how to use Blender. I have used it in the past, but that was for 3D modeling, not something else. So that wasn't for like actual like painting or anything. So I can't tell you because it's been probably about 6-7 years since I last used Blender. I did see that message though. Yeah, I don't know how to use. I can't. I don't know how to use Blender, unfortunately. All right. Clark, any ideas on when the Tullus / Aerosoft A340 will be out? I'm curious. Tullus A340 Microsoft Flight Sim. Makes sense. Makes sense. See you, mate. See you. Accept the invite. Alright, flight news. Let's see here. Okay, today we'll start the giveaway. I'll explain here how to. Okay, it'll be updated multiple times on Fridays, or often even. Okay, final solution will be requested at the end. To enter, you will submit your correct answer in a form that we will publish. You will receive an introduction to each riddle. Read it carefully. Riddles may be hidden, obvious, technical, logical, or just too easy. Okay. As airliners, we're primarily built to fly passengers from A to B. Today's focus is on passengers. Use the attached screenshot as a reference. Focus on passenger minus 70. Okay. This will give you first letter you're searching for today. Ooh. No clue. No clue the answers for that. Alright, there you go. Alright, this root beer is not bad. It's not bad, it's not great, but it's not bad either. Alright. Actually, let's go Mach 8.4. Okay, Mach Decimal 8.4 instead. Now that we're no longer waiting on Grumpy. So unfortunately, any build sucks. This right here, it's not bad, it's not great either, but it's not bad. Damn, we are in some turbulence. Damn, you were just hit by some turbulence. Alright, what's our VRAM looking like? Because I think, yep, our video memory is back down to our reasonable level, which means our scenery indexes have now been re-indexed, which is good. Down to about 4 gigs, which is about what it should be. So. I'm just sitting here for right now. If anyone wants to say anything in chat, I am all yours. This is a very, very long flight today. We got, well, it's not that long. How's our Baltimore ETA? $13:59. Surely that's not. Surely it's not that late. I might. Surely it's not. 13:59. Estimated Baltimore. Let's see. Progress. Let's see here. Holy. Oh dear. That might explain why. That might explain why. I see severe turbulence coming up. I see Edelweiss flying straight through it. And I see a another jet flying straight through it. C-758. 4-1. Okay. Yeah, let's turn. Traffic speed road 22 Bravo, turning now, direct 5420 north. Traffic. There. 1359. So that's 14. Actually, that's not bad. That's actually not bad. Bum bum ba bum 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 bum. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Please, at this time, I kindly ask all flight attendants and everyone to please take their seats. We are about to fly through some severe turbulence here. Unfortunately, there's no other way around it. Apologies once again, but I kindly ask everyone to secure their items in their seats, and please make sure, more importantly, that you're fastened down. Thank you. Bum ba da da bum bum ba dum bum 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 bum. Bottom bottom bum bum ba da bum 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 ba da bum bum. Bum bum bottom bum 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 ba da bum bum bum. Bum bum ba da ba dum bum 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 ba da bum ba dum bum. Bum bum ba da da bum 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 bum. Funniest on it. Alright, so here's a question. How far does that extend now for? Okay, it might just be a patch for like the next 80 miles or so. But then you can clearly see something beyond that. Then you can see a lot of black there, which the black kind of like the black is the kind of areas that you can't, that weather radar can't really see. Right, so it's kind of like an unknown space. Right. With that said, it might just be a range issue. Right. Absolutely possible, just being a range issue. Right. Especially with all the right at the beginning of it, but you know, we're about to run through some turbulence. And then I see that, and then okay, so it might just be that patch. At least that's what I'm hoping. So, turbulence for like the next 160 miles or so. Hopefully it shouldn't be that much more than that. And we could go direct in it. No, we're not, but. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum ba bum 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 bum. Rum ba rum ba ra bum ba ba ra ba ra bum ba ra ba ra bum. Oh, great. Oh, great. Oh, great. There's a lot. Aircraft, they're up 1,000. I have traffic in sight. I cannot tell. No, not really. Okay, but from passenger standpoint, passenger standpoint, this is what this all looks like. This side does better. It is a little turbulent today. It is a little turbulent today. There we go. Now I can begin to see it again. Yeah, you're a little turbulent today, I think. Okay. Another aircraft in excess going to Heathrow. It's British Airways 787-9, coming from Toronto. In terms of any storms. Any storms? Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. That's not picking up any storms. Yeah, we clearly have one out there. We clearly have one out in the middle of the ocean right now. Bum bum ba-da-da bum bum ba-dum bum ba-da-bum ba-dum. Oh, that's fast getting more fun. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the captain speaking. This time I do not actively know how much longer we're going to be in this turbulence. Probably the next hour or so. No, we're going to give you all a nice big bill when we get on the ground at Baltimore. We were completely unaware that this would happen today. Thank you. So, estimating Baltimore ETA currently 13:58 Zulu. Oh, that's not actually. That's not bad. That's not bad actually. So 13:58. That's 1400 minus 2. Sorry, minus 5. About 9 o'clock. So about 6 hours or so. It seems about right. About 6 hours or so. Oh great, this looks even more fun. Okay, you see where all the purple is? Yeah, that's looking even more fun. Okay, what's our maximum? Oh. Yeah, okay, that purple is like horrendously bad. Anything in black, it's like you can't. That doesn't exactly mean it's clear. What it means is that the weather radar just physically cannot get to it. Right. It's on that, on the looks of it, by the looks of it, something that's looking a lot like turning to purple. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's gonna be fun to fly through. Bum 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 Okay, level 375 coming to 38. So we're at 38. Max is 407. No, I have to wonder, would it be worth it if we were to go to our max? If we were to go to 400 now, what would that do to our fuel? I wouldn't waste that. That wouldn't actually waste that much. Okay. Now the other question, how fast could we get up to 380? Or up to 400? Yeah, I'm ready to put in 400 actually. I'm ready to put in 400. Because, yeah. Well, it's only the next 90 miles or so. Oh, that we know of, though. Only the next 90 miles that we know of. I'll leave it for right now, but if I think we might benefit from a climb, then we'll climb. Bum bum ba da da bum bum ba da bum da 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 dun bum ba da da dun dun no 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 no. Alright, let's take a look here. I think in a few moments I'm going to go upstairs grab some fish and chips. Possibly. 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 So we're estimating Baltimore at 9. That gives us 3.5 hours to do. So that gives us about 5 hours to do whatever we want. Yeah. Hope we're gonna get there this week without issues. There being hope. So. Alright. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go upstairs, grab me some fish and chips, and I'll be back in a little bit. Alexa, set timer for 10 minutes.
10-minute timer started.
Alright, I have returned for approximately the next 10 minutes. Fish and chips are in the oven. Okay. Alright, I am back, by the way. I am back. We are cruising in our little flight over to Baltimore today. Make the return line significantly less than what we usually would, because we're not doing the scheduled route. That was Grumpy's job today, and he had a fucking awesome crash, which means unfortunately we are going to have to redo this flight later this week. But anywho, let's take a look at news time, because I might be able to convince David to add a Kennedy to Baltimore route. Just for days like this, right? Yeah, there's a 772 at Kennedy. There's two 777s at LAX. One of them was the Pratt and Whitney 772. The one we were supposed to be flying today. Then something. Someone took it. Someone stuck it at LAX. Them absolute rat bastards. And there's already a 777 at LAX. And basically no one flies to LAX. So, but anyway, I think a Baltimore to Kennedy route would be helpful, especially on some days, right? It would be a tiny little route, but it'd certainly be helpful. There's a 777 at Seattle. But yeah. How many aircrafts are at fucking Manchester? We have so many fucking aircrafts at fucking Manchester. Let's see. You have an A319. Okay, there's a lot of fucking aircrafts at Manchester right now. So, yeah, we could probably do some slimming at Manchester. 355 kilo, the one I brought from Manchester today. A340, 300. The one that Grumpy brought from Manchester. I think he brought it anyway. Or at least that was his intention before he had a awesome crash. And at Baltimore, of course, there's the Rolls-Royce 777-200 that we brought back last week. So the question is, what do we do for the rest of the week? And I'm thinking what we'll do is some short hauls around Europe. Probably do the Northern Lights tour. That's what we'll probably aim to do. Probably take about 2 days to knock that out. But for right now, we're just going to maintain the Baltimore Heathrow route. Because I do enjoy this. I do enjoy the flights, by the way. I do enjoy the flights. And then I think we have potentially 3 more weeks of this. And then we get to begin the 50-state U.S. tour. So that will be fun. Just waiting on that timer to go off, then I'll go back upstairs. Grab my, or flip my fish and chips, then leave them in there for like another 5 minutes-ish. So. Alexa, what time is it?
Right now, it's 3:47 a.m.
Wrong. Alexa, timer status.
You have a 10-minute timer running with 2 minutes and 24 seconds left.
2 minutes-ish. Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum. Great. I shall be back in a few moments. Alright. I'm here for like the next, I'm here for like the next 5 minutes or so. Just waiting for my fish and chips upstairs to finish frying in the oven. Alright. So. Yeah, I'm thinking right. We need a Kennedy to Baltimore route. At least that's what I'm thinking anyway. And the reason I'm thinking we need a Kennedy to Baltimore route is because there's some good aircrafts at Kennedy. Right now there's an A321 there. Right, if we could add a Kennedy to Baltimore route, that would be quite nice, I think. I mean, I don't know if they exist in real life. Alright, let's see. Why do we just, why are our frames, why are the frames just plummet? I can tell our frames are plummeted as well. No, they haven't. Not really. I mean, our graphics skew is a little up. But I mean, the frames haven't really plummeted. I mean, GP memory is still about reasonable, so. Alright. Estimating Baltimore with 17.4 for fuel. Not bad. Optimum flight level now is in fact 380. You're looking better. Looking not bad actually. Looking not bad at all. So. Oh, the window's up. Alright. I need to go upstairs, grab the rest of my food. Be back in a few moments. Alright, I have returned now. Got a nice mid-flight meal here to munch on. Let me just respond to David real quickly. Alright. We're just responding to David. What I have here is some cocaine. No, I'm joking. No, there's not cocaine here. Good catch. What this is some sea salt and vinegar. Some British fish and chip seasoning, so let's see what this is. Alright, let's see here. See how this is. These chips could be better. Let's see how this fish is. Can very much imagine who could Yeah. That it's just sim that. in terms of walk around functionality, do something. Nice. Yeah. Restructuring. Uh-oh. Oh, touchscreen. Alright. So I'm doing my mid-flight meal. All right. Not bad. Not bad. These fish and chips aren't bad. And you have to get a good coat of some vinegar on them. Excuse me. Let's see. Let's see here. Alright. Oh, let's see here. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, this could have been better. This could have been better. Still happy I have it, though. Still quite happy I have it. Let me see here. Oh dear. Ah, that made a mess, but whatever. I can taste it a little bit. Very faint. Tastes a little bit more like onion powder. Yeah, I can smell a little bit, but I mean, from all I can tell, this is like just a glorified onion powder. From all I can tell, this is just glorified onion powder. Once again, from all I can tell. But what do I know? I'm not a chef. Oh wait, some days I am. Shit. Alright. It's hard to believe this, but we are actually well over 50% of the way across the Atlantic. It's actually quite hard to believe that. Then we'll enter into Gander airspace. Actually, we're in Gander airspace right now, and we'll enter into Munton airspace. And then we will enter into the US and descend into lovely Baltimore. Descend into Baltimore probably around 9 AM our time. So, and then I need to talk to either David or Grumpy about adding a Kennedy to Baltimore route, because I think oftentimes there are some good aircrafts at Kennedy that I would like to fly, but yeah. Someone took the 772 from Heathrow. That is a really long flight, LAX to Heathrow. And we used to have San Francisco to Heathrow, but man, now our hub, LAX is a small hub for us now. LAX is a small little American hub for us. Same thing with Kennedy. Alright. No, Grumpy's having the time of his life in the 340. Ba-da-bum-ba-dum. Ba-da-bum-ba-dum. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Alright, let's see. Ba-da-ba-ba-dum, ba-da-da-da-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Bum-ba-da-bum-ba-dum. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum, ba-da-bum-bum. Alright. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. 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 Ba-da-ba-da-na-na-na-na. Yeah, Kennedy's going to be an airport we fly more in and out of. Bum bum bada bum 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 bada bum bada do 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 do. All right. Bum ba da bum 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 ba ba da bum bum bum. Do 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 do. Ba da bum 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 ba da bum bum bum. Ba da bum ba dum ba dum bum bum. Yeah, so we're not going to be able to do any long hauls until Grumpy appears to be done with the triple, or with the whatever. Ba-dum ba-da ba-da bum bum ba-da-bum bum bum ba-da-bum bum bum ba-dum ba-da. Bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum ba-da-do-do-do. Ba-dum ba-dum ba-bum ba-dum ba-dum. Yeah. But yeah, Grumpy seems to be having a awesome issue. I think that it's not me. But I have. Yeah, no. Bottom banana, bottom ba-da-da-da. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, oh dear. Yeah, Anyboats kinda sucks in my opinion, guys. But it's getting. I flew the A350 earlier from Manchester to Heathrow, and I did have issues with it, but it wasn't anything on the plane, right? The issues I had with it were purely sim related, and for me forgetting to set up the throttles. Video on that might come out, maybe potentially. I don't know. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah. Mukdu. Mukdu. MCD Mukdu. Yeah. Okay, our optimum flight level right now is 385, maximum 417, recommended flight level 400. We do have a step climb, actually not that long into our step climb actually. In terms of our location, we are about 3/4 of the way across the Atlantic. No, I just realized. No, you gotta go into chase mode for this. I have to go into chase plane for this, unfortunately. What I need to do is preferences. Cinematics mode. Give me. I mean 10 minutes. 10 minutes of not touching anything. And we can switch over to... There we go. Give me 10 minutes. Here. I love you, bud. You just want to sleep? You just want to sleep on my, You just want to sleep on my lap? You can sleep on my lap. I'm okay if you sleep on my lap. Alright. Now we're just enjoying the flight. No, if we're gonna get a good screen. How could we get a good screenshot? No, everything's just ever so slightly wrong for it. Everything right now is just ever so slightly wrong for it. There's a page on the BA website. British Airways. There's a page on the British Airways website. It's in their fleet. Right. It's in their fleet. About BA. Our fleet. 777. 777-200. There we go. It's not the correct lighting at all. It's not the correct lighting at all. In any way, shape, or form. Right, because you're supposed to be kind of pinkish, if you know what I mean. Supposed to be kind of pinkish, the sun off to the one side. Right. Yeah, no, we gotta get a little further ahead to that, unfortunately. And unfortunately, just the way this flight is, it's like, no, that's not gonna happen. No, we'd have to be going a little bit faster in order to beat it, right? We'd have to cross the Atlantic in approximately 4 or 5 hours in order to get to it. Maybe one of these days we'll try to get it. Try to get one of these days. It would be easier to get it though going from Heathrow. So no, but it's kind of hard to get. It is kind of difficult to get, unfortunately. On the bright side, you can probably get the angle. Yeah, that would be the angle. That would be the angle right there. Let's see what other good pages they have. Let's see here. What about their 777-300? Yeah, that could. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we could probably easily get that, to be honest. Alright, let's see here. Fleet. Not the A321neo. Yeah. No, that's... come on, BA. Add the fucking mask to the neo. Add the fucking mask to the neo, BA. Seriously, it makes it look a whole lot better. I mean, you have the fucking mask on the A350. You have it on the A350. Add it to the fucking 320, 320s and 320 neos. And more specifically, 321 neo. I have to stop. Do not think they would. Then they did offer advice. Everyone have do not think that they would put that in a hotfix for everyone to have. Oh dear. Oh dear. The pissing contest begins. Or sorry, it's already begun. Another grumpy and Linus pissing contest. I gotta be honest, sometimes they're hilarious to watch, but no, I have to pick Grumpy's side on basically everything, because, I mean, Linus does defend shitty monopoly behavior more often than not, and it's like, guys, you cannot defend shitty monopoly behavior. I mean, the U.S. has issues right now. How the fuck do you think we ended up having these issues that we have in the U.S.? Right? How the fuck do you think we had? Right? There's so many people defended monopoly-like behavior, and we need no one to defend monopoly-like behavior. It's every person who defends monopoly-like behavior. Right? It's shitty and unethical behavior, guys. Shitty and unethical behavior. Do 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 bottom bum 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 banana. I'd love to fly it, the E190. Bottom bum bottom 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 dun 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 dun. Bottom bottom bum bottom bottom do. No 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 no. Bottom ba-do-do. Bottom ba-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Bottom ba-da-bum. Bottom bottom-bum-bum. Hey, bud. How you doing? Did your mother give you your heartworm today? Did your mother give you your heartworm yesterday? Did your mother give you a little brown tablet yesterday? She should have. I may have to give it to you today. I might have to give it to you today. No, you're not gonna like that. But we need your heartworm. Here, come here. Come see your brother. Come see your brother. I love you too, brother. I love you too. Such a good boy. You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. Oh yeah, you like that? You would like that? You okay? Yeah. You okay? Your mother said that you had lost all your top teeth, but no, that's not true. You still have your top teeth. Don't know where she went on about that comment. To you ever tuning in, we are currently cruising across the Atlantic. We are currently actually quite far actually. You should be approaching we're a little over 3/4 of the way. So. Alright. Now I'm curious about something. What all these photos look like. 7-8. Which I have flown on I've flown on Dash 8 and Dash 9. I've never flown on the Dash 10. For the Dash 9. Okay, yeah, I wish you'd kind of put in a bit more effort into your photos, please. I mean, that's just a side-by-side photo, right? And what about the Dash 10? The Dash 10, yeah, that's a quality photo right there. But yeah, that right there, that's a quality fucking photo. That's a quality fucking photo, BA. This? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that, BA? What the fuck is that? I mean, you couldn't even bother with getting the ground crew out of the way before you took the photo. What the fuck is that, BA? What the fuck is that? Alright. Now the A3 AT. Now this I want to begin to fly again. Maybe massive, but it is mighty. Alright. I think we've taken a look at basically their entire fleet now. Alright, let's continue to take a look at this. See if we can't. The issue, actually, the issue is this. It's matching this is just, we're not in the correct lighting, that's the issue. We're not in the correct lighting at all. Alright, let's take a look. There goes that monitor again. I find it interesting how the system's actually recognizing this monitor's going off now. It's a bad cable, I can guarantee you that. Alright. Baltimore ETA 1357 Zulu, estimating 17.6 for fuel. Okay. Optimum flight level 387, recommended 360, current 380, maximum 419. Okay. Current selected speed 8. Current fuel temp is minus 9 degrees centigrade. If it gets down to, we are going to enter into some extremely cold airspace. If it gets much worse than about minus 20 or so, we have a step climb. Possibly, we have a step climb in about 20 minutes or so. In about half an hour actually. If it gets to the point where we need to descend, then okay. We're not quite there yet. We are getting there though. We're about to go up in altitude. That's going to make us a little colder, and we're about to fly over some extremely cold areas. So if we need to descend, we will. But actually, let's go ahead and process that step climb now. Also, there's no one around us. Flight level 400. Throw that in now. Traffic speedbird 22 Bravo. Heavy step climb now. Flight level 400 traffic. They did offer advice on how to stop WASM crashes, you think? Alright, I'm a little peckish, not gonna lie. Got some crisps in there. Yeah. That's about all that I have. I'll have to see what David's plans are for tomorrow before I decide to schedule a stream for tonight. Don't think we are gonna go with the stream tonight. I think we're gonna do it tomorrow. I think we're gonna do it tomorrow night. But I don't know yet. I will need to take a look at it and see what David's plans are for tomorrow morning. If David has good plans for tomorrow, then okay. But I mean, 19 needs to slightly adjust my sleep schedule, so There's not going to be that much content out of me this week, guys. I have my busiest week since I have my busiest week in a while, so. Alright, our fuel temp now is sitting at -10, so that's 1 degree difference in the wrong direction. If it gets down to about -20, -25, then we will have to descend. And unfortunately, or we'll keep an eye on, if it gets down to about -25-ish, then we'll have to, unfortunately, unfortunately I don't have a say in that anymore. We will just have to descend. Before we start this Discord server, it's not only for Discord. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh my word. Oh dear, 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 oh dear. No, 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 no. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear. So it's not just grumpy. Alright, let's take a look here. Minus 10 degrees centigrade. We'll have to keep an eye on this. But I mean, yeah. Oh my word! Oh my word! Oh, I feel. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah. Do 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 do. No 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 no. Do 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 do. Yeah. I've heard. Linus keeps defending what is indefensible. It's like, guys. It's like every single day. I mean, it's like, seriously, it's like every single day, guys. I guess not every day, but it's like once a week. Alright, let me think here. We are, in terms of our location, we are about to exit oceanic airspace. Engines are about 50% done. ETA currently 13:37. That gives us approximately 3.5 hours or so. Aren't the schools still an hour? Or what's happening at the schools? I'm curious about something. They will open 2 hours late with a re-evaluation at 7:30, which is in a bit. Monday and Tuesday. Yeah. So for those who don't know, we recently got hit pretty hard on the east coast of the U.S. with a pretty nasty snowstorm, we got about a foot of snow. So, okay, participation is charged and requires a Discord account. Okay, it's only possible during the version. And the giveaway bot. Okay. Winner will be randomly selected by the giveaway bot. Winners will be notified via Discord direct message if winner does not. New winner may be selected. Prizes. Yeah, all listed prizes. Shipped to winners. No cash payout. Exchange is possible. Airsoft covered shipping costs unless otherwise stated. Shipping is available only within eligible countries. Okay. Oh wait, that's really old. Alright. Yeah. We have an estimated. Okay, we have an estimated when they're going to release the Aerosoft 7. This here is actually kind of perfect. It's actually almost kind of perfect, actually. Holy shit. Holy shit. We might actually have a good chance of getting this. It's the anti-glare. It's these bits that I need to get rid of. I wonder if there's a way to disable those. Alright, it's not quite there, but it's almost. You're entering into Canadian airspace at 5 a.m. Alright, it'll, by the time we get to Baltimore, it'll be very much light outside. Where's gonna be at? They're probably doing a flight somewhere in Europe. Let's see here. Departing Heathrow. They just pushed. Nice. Where's he going? He's back in the Phoenix, going off to Faro. Or LPFR. Nice. So he's off to Faro. Nice. Nice. He has to repair his he's trying to repair his ego to fly. I can guarantee it. Shenwick radio. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Shenwick radio's online. Bottom, bum. I'm bored. Off down to Faro. I see he is. Oh, we're getting oh wait, no, we're getting 131.700. So we're getting 131.700. We're doing Ganda. Gander radio, Spirit 22 Bravo with the flight level 400. Currently flight level 400, Mach decimal 84 for Spirit 22 Bravo. Zero 84 decimal 84 for Speedbird 22 Bravo. Affirm. Cellcal received for Speedbird 22 Bravo.
22 Bravo remains set coverage, no position reports required.
Maintain Cellcal watch, no position reports required. Speedbird 22 Bravo. Nice. Just wondering, this is what a Cellcal alert looks like. Alright. We are now under the control of Gander. Wait. They've combined it now? Wait, what? I think they've combined it to be one. Wait, what? I'm just confused. Till no, it's but now it's 131900. Wait. Yeah, what? I think they're combining. Wait, I'm just confused because this guy was Gander radio a few minutes ago. Now it's Nat FSS. On a different frequency, so 131.900. Okay, getting that updated frequency turned in. It's the same person though, so it's fine. It's the same person. So, in case anyone is wondering what a cell count alert looks like on VATSIM, this is what it looks like. All it is one of these, right? Configurable in your vPilot client. The way I have mine set up is I have a singular cell count for every single aircraft. I have in SimBrief what I have set is I have each individual airframe set. I have custom airframes in SimBrief, and yeah, it's fun. It's nice. Alright. You know, it is nice to have cell counts alert, to have cell counts up. See, Grumpy's about to take off out of Heathrow for the second time today.
350 Mach point 85.
He is taking the A321, the Phoenix A321. So, which at this point in time, I kind of don't blame him for taking.
Qatari 56 Victor Gander radio copies flight level 350 Mach decimal 85. Report your cell count code.
Bum 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 bum. 131.1900. Alright, I am a little thirsty. I think it's too late for some tea unless I want to try to do it all day, which I probably should, to be honest. Just considering the shifts I have later this week, I should probably try to be up all day. Considering I kind of slept most of yesterday, yeah, let's aim for a whole 24 hours, I think. That'd be a good idea. Okay.
Station calling, say again.
This is American 37 Heavy with you at 5380.
Now you can see that Grumpy is up and out of there. Up and out of Heathrow. So somehow, I don't know how this happened, but I was able to crack the back glass of my new phone. I really don't know how I did that. I think what happened is I dropped it in the toilet and my case just kind of sucked. But I don't know. Now I'm curious about something. Is there a way to like change the cell count in here? Menu. Here. Let's see here. Menu PMDG. Sorry. PMDG setup aircraft. Maybe. Displays maybe. Next page. Next page. Next page. Next page. Next page. No. Equipment. Wi-Fi installed. That. Is that voice?
What's your server,
Alright. V1 call, yes. Bank angle callouts. Good. And oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Okay, the two of them just gotta drop it. Okay, seriously, Linus, just drop it.
Shell card check received at
So to find the man on a set, I watch on position with conflict finance.
Yeah. Good news.
Confirmed it was what Callsign was it again? John Alal is your Callsign. I did not understand your Callsign, sir. Iberia 941, report your MAC number. I am
Area 9 and 4 outbound, get a copy send level 370, mark 85, coming up on Golf, Sierra Charlie. Area 9 and 4 outbound, 9 set down, short position of parts we claim.
Alright.
Good afternoon, Western Globe 208. Shannon Western Globe 208, level 360, Mike Decimal 82 with a cell car Alpha Charlie Echo Papa.
Western Globe 208, get a copy Western Globe 208, have you received this aircraft?
Shannon Western Global 208 negative.
Confirmation, yes, Silka code is
In auto. Nice. Nice. Welcome back, Grumps. Welcome back. Alright, I am not listening to this ATC because there is no reason to listen to ATC with cell count, right? Now I still have it running through the stream. But there's the beauty of cell count, right? There is precisely zero reason to listen to ATC because you are on what is known as cell count watch. Okay. If ATC needs to get in contact with you, which they will eventually, because we're currently direct to depth, they're going to send us a cell count in a few moments. Right. If they need to get in contact with you, they will send you a cell count alert. Okay. And that looks precisely like this, right? It'd be a nice little ding, right? A nice little cabin ding, though I'm considering switching it over to something that's a bit more aggressive, kind of like the direct message beep. Something that gets your attention a bit more, but anyway, it's a nice little thing. So no need to make positioning reports now. So the idea behind positioning reports is back in the relatively early days of aviation. Here, let me just turn this off just so it's a little less confusing. Or turn that down. Back in the early days of aviation, right, you couldn't tell where someone was over the Atlantic Ocean. Just because the infrastructure wasn't built out, the ADS-B was weird, right? And so what you'd have to do is you'd have to send positioning reports, right? Which, fortunately, PMDG has been able to do, right? So I figured how to do it, but progress, position report, right? You can actually send positioning reports, right? You don't need to, you can, right? Essentially, what a positioning report says is your next waypoint, your current location from your next waypoint, okay, your current speed, right? Right? A bunch of stuff that would help ATC coordinate your location. Okay, this is kind of the reason that we still get oceanic clearances, right? Because it's kind of hard to tell what's going on over the ocean. Now, on VATSIM, we don't have that issue, so there's no reason to send positioning reports. But in real life, up until fairly recently, actually, you had to send positioning reports, and you had to get dedicated oceanic clearances. VATSIM still requires oceanic clearances to cross the ocean, though I don't know how much longer they're going to continue that. So, but you don't have to do positioning reports, which essentially contain your current speed, your altitude, your how far you are from your waypoint, both ETA and distance, right? Ride conditions, all that lovely stuff. So you can send them if you want to. They get sent about once an hour, right? But once again, no reason to. So. Alright, how long have we got? We got about 4 hours left. No, 3 hours. 3 hours, that's not including Trish 4 arrival, so I'll see that up so y'all can see what a cell cow alert looks like when it comes through. Okay. I'm gonna turn up the brightness here and actually link it. Okay, that's fine now. Alright. Let's throw in Trish 4 arrival. What's the current METAR for Baltimore? It's a little early on this, but it would still be helpful to know. Today it is supposed to warm up a little. Wind 300 degrees 9. So we'll take, that'll be ILS 33 left. Guarantee. Yep. ILS 33 left. Today we'll take. Today we'll take ILS, and that'll be on Noogie, and then we'll execute that. Okay. And now if we were to go into plan. Okay. Next. Let's zoom in on this ever so slightly. I'll probably go direct from ropes to maybe a giraffe or something. Or maybe from hook direct to splat. Splat. Oh, funny waypoint. Alright. The only things I did just learn about the 777 when I was actually filming the part of the guide last night was, boom, right, I figured out how to change what waypoint you're looking at instead of just doing next page or previous page. Just go step, there we go. Alright. Yeah, we'll be getting a cell cow alert in a few moments. Because we are approximately, how long are we? Got about 12 minutes from, Pretty much. There we go, cell cow alert. Gander, Speedbird 22 Bravo, responding to cell cow alert. On a turn Unicom now, 122.8, Speedbird 22 Bravo. Thanks for our services, have a good one, bye. Alright. That's what a cell cow alert looks like, so. But yeah, that is the beauty of cell cow right there. They sent me a cell cow alert. Don't think you could hear any of that because I had vPilot tuned down in OBS. But yeah, once you fire your ocean clearance, I mean, of course, check back in to see if anyone's online. I mean, they're not going to get mad at you if you make it halfway across the ocean and step away for a few minutes and they come online and right. They're not going to get mad at you for that. They know that everyone does that, right? I did it for an extent earlier to go grab myself some fish and chips from upstairs. Right. But once you, after your initial contact with them, there's nothing you need to do. Right. Absolutely nothing. they want to get in contact with you, they'll send you a cell caller. All you have to do is cruise, right, with your assigned Mach speed, assigned flight level, and on your assigned route, so, or whatever you have in your FMC. Right. And it is okay if you're not directly on an official NatTrack route. Right. All you have to do is there's a thing called random route. Right. So if we were to look in the NatTrack website, there's something known as random route, or as request random routing. Right. All you have to do is put in something like as filed. Right, and you'll be fine. So. They won't give you an assign, or they won't give you any changes to your route unless it's like a cross the pond event, which those happen like twice a year. Speaking of cross the pond, I hope that it doesn't get canceled again this year. We should be getting some information about cross the pond here soon. Ooh. Oh wait. Nope. I'm being an idiot. That's me seeing things and that's me seeing one thing and thinking something else. So yeah, I really hope that Across the Pond doesn't get canceled again this year. It's always a blast. It is always a blast to participate in Across the Pond, even though last year it was my first one. I had the footage for that. Actually, I can download the footage for that. It wasn't the best landing in the world. I took the 777-300 because in 2020, just because that was a good aircraft that I had back then. That was aircraft I knew back then. It was a good it was wonderful. I was considering the A350, but performance issues. Back then, I used the A350 a lot and kind of sidestepped its issues, but I've become a lot more picky on what aircraft I take. So, Across the Pond it's always usually a nice event to participate in, but you got to be on your A game all the freaking time. You got to be on your A game all the freaking time. So, right, I could use a little something to drink. What do I have in the fridge? Got a Coke, got a root beer, I got some milk. Shut that up. Alright, let's take a look. What's our current temp? -14. Okay, we have to keep an eye out on our fuel temp as we are entering into cold airspace. Yeah, we have to keep an eye out on our fuel temp. Let's see. Fuel. Yeah, our current fuel temp is -14. That gets down to about -20, -30, which it might because we are about to be in some really, really cold airspace. All we have to do is descend. Hopefully it doesn't get to that point, but we we have the fuel. We got plenty of fuel with us. We can descend if we need to. Yeah, this is one of those things you have to keep an eye out, especially when crossing the Atlantic in the middle of the winter. You have to keep an eye out on your fuel temp. Right, our minimum fuel temp is technically 37 degrees. Technically minus 37 degrees. If it gets down to minus 20, 25-ish, that's when I'm going to want to descend. We're sitting at minus 1.4. But we haven't gone over the coldest part of the trip yet. We're beginning to, though. We're beginning to. Yeah, we are beginning to get to the point where we may want to consider descent, but minus 1.4, that's fine. Minus 23 or so, we'll descend. Not yet. No land in sight yet. We are approaching that point, though. Oh, actually, what's that? No, not yet. Actually, what's that? What's that I see? Clouds. Clouds are obstructing my view there. Alright, so we are currently direct to Cheat It's coming up in about 15 miles or so, and then we will essentially, I mean, we're in Canadian airspace now. This here is the longest part of the journey. At least it feels like the longest part of the journey. Going through Moncton. Even though going oceanic. You make your way across the ocean quick, is what I find. It takes you forever to get through Canada, though. At least that's what it feels like. Is that land that I see down there? And not quite. But we are approaching land. We are approaching land. So Grumpy, we need to get ourselves a Kennedy to Baltimore route. Because we need to. Sometimes there's some good aircraft at Kennedy that I might want at Baltimore. Who else is online? Oh, Fry's online. Let's see, Fry's about to go from Sierra Bravo. Oh, holy. That's kind of a long. Damn. So Fry's about to go from Rio to Frankfurt in the fly-by-wire A380-800, which I'm kind of surprised he can get that thing to work. I'm kind of amazed. Because that thing takes up too much VRAM for me to justify. Alright, I'm hoping we get some ATC for Baltimore today. So far, the only... Oh, what the fuck is Dallas-Fort Worth doing on at 4 a.m. their time? No clue. So right now, the only bits of ATC we have in the U.S. are Kennedy Tower and Dallas-Fort Worth Tower. I have a feeling that's going to change, though, because it is currently 6 something in the morning. It's 6:09 now. Oh. I'm just reading that final message that came across from Linus. Oh. Yeah, no, Linus is a twat. Yeah, Linus is a bit of a twat at times. Alright, so once upon a time I had a kind of like GoPro view for this aircraft. But since I had to restart chase, or since I essentially had to deal with the chase plan, wonder if there's a, wonder if someone has one. My content. Roger. All good. All good. About tea time for me, actually. It's about tea time for me, actually. Actually, let me fill up the kettle real quickly. Please, kettle, please, kettle, don't fry anything. Alright. And I'll be right back. I need to go grab, I have some more milk upstairs. I have to go grab some more milk. Be back in a few moments. There we go. Thank you. My controls here, my throttles, they're ever so slightly asymmetrical. And I have the fucking she shanty song stuck in my fucking head. Thanks, YouTube Shorts. Alright. Yeah, if you look closely, they are ever so slightly asymmetrical. Yeah, I think I went to go fill up the kettle and think I muted myself and forgot to unmute. Alright. Current fuel on board, 31.3. Fuel temp -1.5. ETA for Baltimore, 1402. That's including the ILS approach. Runway 33 left, and the Trish 4 arrival. No more step climbs, according to the FMC here. That gives us about 2.5 hours. It's not bad. Right. I hope that the psychiatrist people from the FAA get back to me today with more paperwork for me to fill out, or at least tell me what they need. I do. Actually, I could probably turn that off now. I had that on because we had a pretty strong amount of turbulence, and okay, that. Fix this real quickly. Continue to set up aircraft, equipment, no electronics. We can switch that to auto. Alright. I think no electronics is much more relevant in today's society than no smoking, since, you know, smoking's illegal on every flight worldwide. Alright, let's see. Going Mach decimal 8.4. If we were to increase to 8.5, what would that do? What would that do in terms of our ETA? Probably not much. 2 minutes. Yeah, sure, why not? Sure, why not? We can go to 8.5. So, lesson learned. Clearing out your WASM folder, though it can fix stuff, it will reset basically everything. Right? It won't reset your Microsoft Flight Sim settings, but like dedicated aircraft settings, it'll reset those. Didn't reset GSX, but GSX is also weird. Yeah. GSX is like Phoenix, right? I don't think GSX really runs in the sim. Runs, I think, partially outside the sim. So. Alright. By the way, Grumpy, I did see that final message, and I don't know if you heard what I said, but I said that, Linus is a complete twat. No, I saw that final message and was like, he was told to drop it like 5 messages ago. Seriously. Alright. Right now we just get to chill. Just get to chill for right now. And oh, look at that. That is some land if ever I've seen some. That right there is some land. There's some more land. We are firmly in Canadian airspace now. Oh, we've been firmly in Canadian airspace for a while. I don't know why I'm saying that. Any update on ATC? Not really. I mean, Kennedy's online. Haven't. Yeah. Yeah. Although I had some luck with the A350 earlier. I did have a few issues with it, but those issues were more sim related and more I forgot to reset my throttles earlier. Right. I did have some luck with it, but I was only doing a positioning flight from Manchester to Heathrow. So I was gonna test it out, but then I saw that you moved that A340 or we had an A340 on the ground to Heathrow. I don't know how it got there. Because the plan was for you to do the scheduled route and for me just to fly the 777 aside of you. So in a way you can look at it as that's going to cost us at least 30 grand in profits this week. But anyway, I reinstalled the A350 this morning or last night, and no. Am I really all that delayed? No. No, I reinstalled the A350 earlier, and I don't know about it. I don't know about it. I think it's now firmly in the not in the hangar right now. So right now the only long hauls that I have in the hangar are the 2 777s, and that's about it. So. But no, GSX is weird because GSX didn't get reset. But GSX kind of also runs outside the sim, so I don't really know how GSX works, but I know that Linus does, and you can restart GSX without restarting the sim, which is nice. It's nice for troubleshooting GSX issues, but yeah. But clearing out the WASM folder, it resets a lot of stuff. It resets. I mean, for me, it reset the entire 777 aircraft. Both of them reset the 737, which I haven't used in a while now because of the controversy. But yeah. Oh, today's Monday. I have a dedicated mug for Mondays. One that I got from Blechet Park. Here, out. Yep. Don't know how well you can see that. Mondays are an enigma. And damn, I have to do a better job of cleaning this mug, but okay. I have a dedicated mug for Mondays. So a few years back, about a year and a half ago now, I went over to the UK with my grandparents, and we did a mini tour. We did London. We went up to York and Yorkshire. We spent a day in Yorkshire. Spent the next day in York. We only spent a week over there. I guess it was a year and a half ago now. But I collected a bunch of mugs. And actually a nice British tea kettle, which somehow works in the U.S. It's still slower, but it does work in the U.S. But anyway, I collected a bunch of mugs, and those are the only mugs I really use now. Which is fine with me. They're all high quality mugs. We came down back to London. where I have family in whatchamacallit, in Slough. Spent a few days in Windsor. It was a nice trip. I mean, we did go into the city of London, but I mean, actually, the London Underground made me sick somehow. All the stopping and going made. I forget what the feeling's called, but the Underground made me sick. For pretty much the entire rest of the day. After we got back, which we got back to the Airbnb that we were at around 4 o'clock that day. That entire night, my head was going like kind of following the motion of the train, and it was very, very annoying. So. We're gonna get a Kennedy to Baltimore route. But anyway, that was a nice trip. That was a nice trip. That was my first time in the UK in like 10 years, since I was tiny. And I forget what aircraft we flew on. Well, I didn't know which aircraft we flew on back about 15 years ago now. I think though, if I remember correctly, it was a 242 layout. So I think it was probably either a 757 or a 767. That was nice. But anyway, actually both trips that I had recently were quite good, and I'm trying to get back up there this year. Don't know if it's going to happen though, unfortunately, just financial reasons. Well, last year I went with my mom, and she enjoyed more Europe than I did. I mean, she enjoyed Paris, and Paris gives me the tingles. Did not like Paris at all. That said, we went to Nuremberg from Paris. We flew that flight was not great, to be honest. It was on an Embraer. And that flight wasn't great. And that was from Charles de Gaulle to Nuremberg. And Nuremberg was absolutely incredible. I mean, for the very little stuff that there is in Nuremberg, it was absolutely gorgeous. Nuremberg was absolutely gorgeous. Have some great photos from Nuremberg. And actually, the food in Germany was also amazing. And then we had a very, very poor experience going from Nuremberg to Amsterdam. I was super close. We got stuck in Cologne for a bit, and I was super, super close to going to being like, screw it, we're gonna skip the day and a half we have in Amsterdam, and I'm just gonna after that entire day, I was ready to just go to the people at the desk at Düsseldorf, and we were like one stop away from Düsseldorf by train, and I was ready to go and be like to the people, to the Eurowings people, give me one-way flight to give us 2 one-way flights, your next flight out direct to Heathrow. And eventually we did get on a train to go from Cologne to Amsterdam Central, But it took all day to get there. It did take all day to get there. And we had gotten up at like 7 a.m. in the morning. 7 a.m. in the morning to try to get some trains. Anyway, lesson learned. Next time, if anyone wants to go out of the country in Germany or in the EU, well, mainly in Germany, you gotta fly. And then we went from Schiphol to Heathrow, and that was a pretty good flight. That was in the BA, the retro British Airways A319, which was a bit of a surprise because when I booked the tickets, I thought it was going to be in the A321. And then I looked back. And yeah, no, it was supposed to be in an A321. I guess they swapped out, and it wasn't a full flight either. But Schiphol was nice. Schiphol, it was nice and big. Saw somehow my first JetBlue aircraft, which, for those who don't know, JetBlue is a pretty big airline here in the U.S. Not as big as United, but bigger than Spirit. And yes, we do have a yellow budget bus operator here in the U.S. So I do not. I don't do anything to Chase Plan. I think I've been lucky that Chase Plan hasn't done the waggling effect. But I can show you my Chase Plan settings though. Camera movements. Those are all controls. No, I don't. I leave Chase Plan the way it is. It will. So let's just say we'll Chase Plan. Chase Plan is on. Good. Yeah, no, I don't do anything to Chase Plan ever. Chase Plan is purely a set it and leave it kind of thing for me. Well, almost. So. Actually, here's what I want to do on a... export everything before I lose it again. No, I don't know, I don't know anything special to Chase Plan. Chase Plan is a purely... once I set up the initial, like, camera movements, right. Chase Plan, some of those things I kind of leave. Cinematic mode in Chase Plan is pretty good, though. Any ATC update? Someone coming online down in South Carolina. No one else online, though, aside from Kennedy. And I have a weird feeling that Kennedy's gonna hop offline here soon. Singular pre-file on that Baltimore. No, there are three Baltimore landings. That includes us, though. Have us, Southwest 2325 going from SMF, which I don't know where that is. And then Southwest 2521 going from Kilo Mike Charlie Oscar to Baltimore. Don't really know where those are either. How long we got until we're at Baltimore? How many miles? Oh, we just passed the 1,000-mile mark. We have 998 miles to touchdown, approximately. Hopefully there's no go-rounds today, though. If you don't like it, you can always go around and do. If it don't look right, coming down, do. Yeah, I know that David said it on his streams, but I kind of agree with him. I feel like we need to get better. I feel like, me especially, I need to get better at knowing when it's time to throw out the approach. I kind of feel like I suck at that. I kind of feel like I suck at knowing when to throw out the approach. That said, though, I know I do better than most. I know that for a fact. But at the same time, I kind of suck at knowing when to go around. I mean, there'll be an approach that I try to get to work, but I don't. Alright, what's my work schedule? Oh, let me do this cheat first. There we go. Good tea. Good tea. Oh, I saw a funny video on I saw a funny video and then I saw an even funnier comment relating to tea in Britain. There's this guy reacting. I'll have to throw it up on the Discord later. That's quite hilarious. There's this guy reacting to this idiot who said it's okay to refuse a cup of tea in Britain. And then someone posted in the comments that it is okay to refuse the tea, but you'll be catapulted to France within the hour. And for some reason I thought that was so hilarious. I'll have to post it somewhere. It was made even funnier by the fact that this guy, at the end of this post, when you edit the pilot view and scroll down, you hit edit group. It won't be just one. Nice. I actually really like Chase Plane. I know that people give it hate, but Chase Plane's really good. Just from the standpoint of the the added effects for landing, right? Makes it infinitely worth it. All right. Oh, nicely done, Aaron. Louis to Bristol. Nice 10. 130 feet per minute. Strong headwind directly. Nice. Nicely done, Aaron. Yeah, somehow when I flew the A350 for the first time in a month earlier, somehow I got a 10. I don't know how the fuck I managed to pull that off. And that landing was especially hard, I thought. At least I thought it was especially hard. Apparently New Sky said it was fine, even though New Skies hated me for doing worse. It was like 364 freaking feet per minute, and it was like 1.33 Gs. It's like, that's not a good... I mean, okay, that's not a bad landing, but... certainly room for improvement. I thought it was quite hard. And New Sky apparently gave me a 10, despite me knowing that my altimeter was off as well, because apparently my live weather was disabled flying out of Manchester. So I have no clue how on earth New Sky gave me a 10 for that. I thought at best it would give me a 9. Either way, a 10's a 10. So, but that A350 though, still, I'll help out with the positioning flights. So I'll keep it installed just for so other people will show up in it correctly. But I don't think I'm gonna use it that often. Very much looking forward to that Telus A340 though. Speaking of, depending on my paycheck this week, which don't think it's going to be that good. I'm thinking this week I'm going to actually buy a dedicated streaming PC, and I'll probably film a whole video on it as well. For anyone looking for a good Linux system, what can you do? You can buy yourself an old Dell off eBay for right around $70. Look for any issues with it. Throw in fresh, decent hardware if you need to. I mean, it might take you a month, right? But you can get... I've done this before, twice, in fact, and I've ended up with 2 really decent, not bad systems. Sometimes you have to, you have to provide your own OS, and whatever drive it comes with, if it comes to the drive, I'd immediately throw out. But that's fine. You can, but I mean, a few years back, I think I turned one around. I think it took me about a month and a half to 2 months. But I think it only cost me about $200 max. No, it wasn't even that. I think it was like It was like 120. It wasn't even anywhere close to 200. It was like 120 max. I think I got the computer for about, if I remember correctly, about $60. And I was able to refurbish it for about 30 to 40. The thing is, I think my issue was a bad motherboard. And at the end of it, it was quite nice. You know, I bought it to be a Minecraft server, and then I actually very, very recently threw it out. Only a few months ago, back when I thought I was pretty much in the clear with all my issues. But I kind of want it back now. It's gonna gonna have to do it again. But that's fine. That's fine. They're cheap. They're cheap to do. So this time what I'll have to do is I'll have to do whatever repair it needs, and then I'll also need to add in a capture device. And I'll have to find something with decent graphics, some kind of really old CPU with decent graphics. Actually, shit, that's not even close to being low profile, is it? No. Maybe a GT 1030 will be all I need. I'll have to see how many PCI Express slots it has. I have to get something really, really old though. And by the way, I don't ever recommend GT 1030s. I'm not insane. Just something to give me a bit more than what the CPU can provide. But yeah, we'll see what kind of system I end up with, but I think I might do that this week. Depending on if my paycheck is anything decent at all. If it's not decent at all, then I'm stuck with what I got for this week. I get one more paycheck before I get this paycheck that I have that I'm getting this Thursday, and then I get one more paycheck after that. Actually 2 more, I think. Yeah, I'll get 2 more paychecks, and then I have my neuropsychological evaluation, which I have to put up $4 grand for. Which, oof. And then I find out, maybe, in a few months, am I eligible to become a pilot here in the US? Potentially. $910 miles to go. Alright, what point do we enter into the US? At? To have traffic right ahead of us. It is a Lufthansa A340-300 going to Frankfurt. Ooh, they're only 1,000 feet below. They're at 390 already, and an A340-300 going to Frankfurt. Holy. They must be using the MK Sceneries one then. What are the Latin VFR one? The shitty ones. $390 in an A340-300. Well, yeah. Damn, that's a long route. Alright, I guess I better start looking for that traffic. Anyway, when we enter into US airspace, which it won't be long, we enter in at tops. Pretty good rec tops. Now, yeah, let's do that. That'll help give us a bit more separation between us and the A340. We'll have to begin our descent briefing around tops. I know, right? 390 already. Well, yeah, 390 already. But I was about to say something stupid, but he's coming from Dallas fucking Fort Worth, which if he's doing 390 already, ew. That means he'll be arriving into Frankfurt. Surely he must be arriving into Frankfurt running on fumes. Surely he'll be arriving into Frankfurt running on fumes. He won't. We have plenty of fuel, estimating Baltimore with 17.2 tons, which is enough for a pretty sizable diversion if we need to. And like 3 go-arounds and enough to hold for like an hour on top of all that. So no, there's only ever been one time where I've actually gotten like really concerned about fuel in the 777, and that was on the final leg of the Euro Capitals. We'd gotten the insufficient fuel warning. That was around 7 tons. It was from Brussels to Gatwick, and what had happened is, due to traffic separation, right, I had decided to get pretty far out on the approach, and essentially slow down significantly and get a little low. Okay, I always end up arriving to Gatwick quite low. But anyway, yeah, what happened is this aircraft appeared out of nowhere, and he trailed me literally like 500 feet behind me, pretty much down the entire glide slope. Right. And then he tried to overtake me at nearly 200 feet. Like 200 feet off the runway. And I went around. Right. And because of all that, I had essentially used up all my fuel. And in my go-around, in the downwind, in the go-around, that's when the fuel came up. And then my second circle around, I told Tower, look, we're mid-A fuel now. Or we are, yeah, I think I said that was mid-A fuel now. And we were now officially an emergency aircraft. Right. Yeah, that leg of the Euro Capitals did not end well. At all. Actually, it ended so poorly that I went back a few days later to redo the final leg, because I wasn't satisfied. Searching for that A340. What's this effect thing on here? You see that, right? Yeah, I don't know what that effect is. 10 miles, 1,000 and above. Should be. No, it's about 10 miles. About 11 o'clock. Searching for the traffic. Searching for the traffic. Oh, he's over there. There he is. There he is. Oh, it actually rendered it out as an A340. That's impressive. I mean, I could only see part of it, but it actually rendered it out as an A340. That's really impressive. Consider just the lights in the sky. When Clark came up behind me when I was having a live with her issues the other day. Oh, that's funny. And it was even like beep beep. Oh, that was hilarious. And it was not the aircraft. It was in fact live weather, and I knew it was live weather as well. It was not the aircraft though. I don't think I've ever had a single. Well, aside from once, aside from a singular WASM crash that I'm fairly certain was caused by GSX, I don't think I ever had an issue with the 777. Like, ever had an issue with the 777. I think, right, at least nothing that could have been put on the 777 on PMDG. And that's where I'm going to give PMDG a lot of credit for. PMDG may not be perfect, but their shit's reliable. I've never had an issue with any PMDG aircraft that hasn't been tied to something else. So I've had issues with GSX. I've had issues with Microsoft flights with the sim spawning us in wrong. I've had issues with WASM crashes caused by something else. For example, GSX. I've never, not once, had any issue with the 777. So neither have I. With that said, though, I have had other issues in the Phoenix, such as Phoenix just not loading up, and Phoenix being weird, and live weather causing issues. So I have had other issues in the Phoenix, though, but I've never ever had any issues in the 777. So with that said, though, I need to evaluate how I'm gonna get after PMDG now because of their controversy. In case you didn't hear, so they spent 13 months claiming that they were completely rebuilding the 737, but it turns out they had not. This guy, who's usually really fond with PMDG, went out there, and actually looked physically at the files, at the actual code files, at the actual source code, and he found that they had basically completely lied. He did find changes, but he had essentially found that they had completely lied on their promise that they rebuilt the whole aircraft, which kind of ridiculous. Right. I mean, the file size for the 2024 version's ever so slightly bigger, but he found in the comments that he found in the 2020 version, right? That just would not make sense if they had, right? It wouldn't make sense if they'd actually rebuilt the aircraft from the ground up, which is what they claimed several times they had. So it's one thing to change a few things and rebuild a few areas in it from the ground up, but then don't say it was built from the ground up, because it wasn't, right? Just be crystal clear. Saying that you're rebuilding something from the ground up means you're taking away the old stuff, you're demolishing it, you're digging up its foundation, you're digging up its roots, right? And you're pouring an entirely new foundation. Maybe you might use 2 or 3 stones in the entire project. Maybe you might use this old plank, like this old plank of wood from the old building as like a memento or something. But that's it, right? That's not what PMDG did, right? And so they do have that controversy now. In addition to the controversy of in addition to the controversy with the couple of cups of coffee costing $30. I don't know what they're getting their coffee from, unless they're getting it from fucking Starbucks. Which, okay, if they're getting it from Starbucks, then okay. Starbucks cup of coffee in New York City costs like what, $14, $15, but that's not the average cup of coffee. Average cup of coffee is like what, $4 or $5. So either way, very, very scandalous. So I need to kind of evaluate what I'm going to do with PMDG going forward, because here in the US we already get too much of that monopoly-like behavior. So, but yeah, Grumpy, that video I posted in Discord earlier, I can send it to you again. If you want more information, I'd be more than happy to send it to you again. It's very, very scandalous. But yeah, no, rebuilt from the ground up. more like ported, and then a few areas of it, such as the sounds, rebuilt from the ground up. So, and then it's like I kind of felt like I knew that, right? I kind of felt like before that the guy came out with the evidence that they had really just ported it over. I kind of felt like there were too many things that were similar, right? The big one being the EFB. I mean, I was maybe I was overestimating here or not thinking straight, but I was kind of expecting, okay, it's a new aircraft, then we should get a better EFB, right? I was kind of thinking that the EFB, the Phoenix, that thing is perfect, right? This thing, it's very, very basic, right? I find myself using SimBrief, and the only thing I really use this for now is electronic flight bag request data from SimBrief. That's like the only thing I use this EFB for now, right? And the same thing goes in the 737. I don't even use it for performance data. So, but I mean, I would give it a watch. So, 1 second. Back. Not important. No, it's not important. People are just waking up. People are beginning to wake up. Today is the first day that schools are supposedly going to be back in a week and a half since the storm. So, but yeah, no, the PMDG, it's like, and to be honest, I love my 777, but I mean, there's a few things about it. It's like, come on, PMDG, you guys could do better, right? I find these textures a little basic. I find the lack of the GSX integration to be kind of sucky, right? Especially when they put it back in the. They put the GSX integration back in the 737, so it's like, why not? Why not put it back in the 777? I mean, people want the GSX integration in the 777, right? But I mean, yeah, I don't know what to do about PMDG. Very much looking to Bluebird's offerings with the 757 and 767s. I think we might get the 757 this year. Any update on the 757 from Bluebird? Nothing on their Twitter. Nothing on Bluebird's Twitter. I know they are relatively active on Reddit, though. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that. 757 and 767. Those will be good when they come out. I will have to keep in mind the limited ETOPS on those. Which essentially for our big routes will essentially mean that we have to go. We always have to go like over the like towards the northern Atlantic Ocean. Right, we can't just go from like New York. Right, we can't go like every arrival for the Baltimore Heathrow routes in the 757s, and the 767s will most likely be on the Nugra, and for good reason. So it'll end up being on the Nugra, and that's because the ETOPS for the 757s are limited. They can fly on a singular engine, but just barely. So that's the reason why it's ETOPS rating. Rather, basically every aircraft after the 767 has been made to be able to fly just fine on a singular engine, which makes sense, and it's rules that I agree with. So. And I'm curious to see if Phoenix comes out with an A321 XLR. Because, ooh, that'll be nice for the Heathrow-Baltimore route. I know that JetBlue is operating the A321 LR right now. I think from Kennedy to... I don't know if it's... it might be Boston. It might be Boston to Schiphol, but I do know that JetBlue is operating a non-stop Atlantic route in the A321, at least in one of the Neos. I think it's the A321 LR. Don't think they have their hands on an XLR yet, but I think they probably have a few orders in for those. So, alright, less than 2 hours left. Less than 2 hours left. Exactly. A321 XLR. I would absolutely love one. So, but I think it'll be a while. I think it'll be a while on those. Probably be at least a year, if not 2. I mean, I know that they're working on Neos, but I kind of doubt they're working that far ahead. And apparently we have to be really careful with the A321 XLRs, because apparently they have a known reputation for tail bashing. But there you go, an A321 XLR, that's how you can cross the Atlantic. Phoenix A321 XLR would be amazing. But then you have to ask the question, though, would it actually make that much of a profit for the airline? Probably wouldn't make that much of a profit compared to a 777. But I say that, but it's also not the same aircraft and not meant for the same purpose. So... Alright, 183 miles till we arrive at Tops and officially enter in U.S. airspace. Any ATC update, please? I'm hoping for at least Baltimore Tower. Tower would be nice. Maybe... Exactly. I am hoping the same. I'm hoping. I really need another good long haul aircraft. I mean, I love my 777, but sometimes it gets a bit bored. Right. Sometimes I get a bit bored flying it. So. But yeah, no, I don't need inequality again. I need something higher quality than that. And then I need Phoenix PMDG quality. Without those two players involved. Well, Phoenix can be involved all they want. I need Phoenix quality without PMDG. But I think it will be because people like the Telus A340-600, and if Telus is doing all the systems, then it should be pretty good, right? Actually, apparently at Flight Sim Expo this past year, apparently what they did was they gave everyone like an emergency scenario, and told them, here's an emergency scenario, right? Here's a checklist on what to do. Apparently this is how they were showing off the aircraft at Flight Sim Expos, and so it's like they better be pretty confident if they're showing it off like that. So if they're showing it off like that, then they are probably pretty damn confident in the aircraft. So. I mean, we have learned from any builds. So I mean, I remember when we were all hyped a year ago about the A350. I mean, I was hyped. I was hyped about it. We were all hyped, and then we got a massive pile of doo-doo and rubbish. That, I mean, a year ago I flew the A350 quite often, but then I actually got into simming a bit more and began to look at systems depth a bit more, and it's like this didn't feel right. So, a year ago the channel looked very differently. A year ago we weren't doing any short hauls, and now I wouldn't say we're doing short hauls mainly now, but we are doing a lot of short hauls more. Speaking of, I'm kind of curious to see what David does tomorrow. I'm not listening to that. They're 1,000 feet below us. Feet below us over there. Looking to the traffic. Looking for the traffic. It is an A350-900 going from Newark to Copenhagen. I know, right? It'll probably watch it be Eddie to Kastrup. Watch it to be Eddie to Kastrup again, or Kastrup to Prague. I think I've done one too many of those. I mean, okay, Eddie to Kastrup would. Okay, that one I might actually join in for, but Eddie to Kastrup to Prague again. It kind of feels like we do that quite often. Alright, I have no clue where that traffic is, but not important because they're past us now. I do love Eddie. I do love it. I do love Eddie, but does it mean we have to fly there every single day? No, not really. Not really. Maybe I might. Oh, yeah. Maybe I'll convince him to fly in the U.S. for once. Maybe we'll get him to start the pole to pole. mean, David will legitimately like that, potentially. Right, I mean, that final leg is like absolutely thrilling. But yeah, it'll be. He'll end up at one of 4 airports, I think. Eddie, Prague, Kastrup, or Gatwick. I'm even going to throw Bristol on that list. So 5 airports. So we'll see if I'm right. Eddie, Prague, Gatwick, Kastrup, Bristol. It'd be one of those 5. But I'll wait for him to schedule it. I'll wait for him to schedule it and then determine my plans for tonight. I saw. All right. Yeah, maybe we'll try to convince him to come down into the U.S. for once. I do want to do some more flying here in the U.S. We're gonna try to do more of that once Joanna gets back from wherever she's at. Looking forward to that USA tour, though. Yeah, and I'm gonna get Seb to do control at Honolulu for the final leg. That'll be a perfect way to end that. For those who don't know who Seb is, he is a Honolulu air traffic controller. Actually, have we been flying without the little bar up? Don't know how we've been flying without that. Oh wait, I know how I disabled it because I was recording the 777 guide. But this little bar that we have up here, he programmed that, and he's also programmed my website, which is still kind of work in progress, but I mean, it's fine. It has the landing tracker, which I'll update later, but I'll figure out my plans for tonight once David posts the what we're doing tomorrow. See if I tune in, or we'll see what I do. That would be nice. That would be nice. So Gemini would be back in like 3 weeks, something like that. If I had to guess. What tours could we do? Kind of have a lot. I don't want to start a long one. Down Under run. Oh yeah. Agreed. Then the Down Under run. Yeah, no, you're not gonna do that one. Oh, actually. Nah. Pass out on that one. Something short. We'll do a dedicated series of the European detour. I don't know I don't know when she's gonna be back. That's the thing. I don't know when she's gonna be back. Challenging runways. We could try that one. I don't know. She said like middle of February, so it could be 2 weeks. It could be 3. I don't know when. I'll have to ask her. But we could do the challenging runways. Do all those in the bus. Heathrow to Innsbruck, Innsbruck to Tivat, Tivat to Milos, Milos to Malta, Malta to Gibraltar, Gibraltar to Madeira, and then Madeira to London City. That one might not be bad, but I mean... Okay, 1,300 nautical mile lag, though, is... that's not great. Yeah, I think she might as well. But I'm determined to get back at her for I am determined to get back at her for the around the world. I am determined to get back at her for that. We don't do any cargo routes. Well, good. Pax aircraft are allowed. Yeah, those are all a bit long legs. Yeah, I am determined to get back at her for the around the world. Okay, let's see. Northern Lights is actually that's the one that we were considering doing, and I think we might still finish this. To be honest, I mean we've done the first leg because of David. But I mean, yeah, we might finish this. We might do this small little tour. My goal is eventually I want to do every single tour here. I want to do every single one. Let's see here, Mesoamerica, Caribbean. That's too long. 17 to Baltimore, 14. Okay, hour and a half. We got about 45 minutes before we have to take a look at our descent. Let's see. What's this? Evelyn to Caucasus Trail. Somehow you've completed a singular leg on this. What's the Maple Trek look like? A lot of long legs. A lot of long legs. Did the pull to pull. All within an hour of Blighty. Yeah, so far I'm only 2 legs into this. Would be 3. Thanks, bad weather, for nearly causing a crash. Actually, that's the same day that I uninstalled the 350. Oh, and then flew that landing. So, yes, so do I at times. So do I. And once I get started on a tour, I want to kind of like finish it. So, I mean, the Baltimore Heathrow route kind of takes a bit of a back step when I get involved in tours. And, let's see, other side of the pond. This one seems short enough. Maybe we'll do this one. I don't know. Dulles to Atlanta. I don't know how I feel about Dulles. I mean, I've been to Dulles once in the past. Flew back to Dulles on that A380. Dulles is annoying. It's annoying because Dulles traffic is pretty damn horrendous, and it's mixed in with DC traffic, and which makes it even more annoying. And what's even more annoying beyond that is the massive lines at customs and at border protection. But I don't know if that's everywhere else. So we could start anywhere on this one. I don't know. I think we'll finish up the Northern Lights, because that one will be short. That one will be short to finish up. So, tortoise across the pond. And that one's a bit long. I'll have to reach out to Joanna, see when she'll get back. Alright, Grumpy, I have a question for you. If you were to have an engine that goes out, can your bus give you your calculations based on engine out procedures? Or based on if an engine were to go out? Can the bus do that? With pretty much like 2 clicks. Because my 777 can. Actually, very, it's actually very useful. Actually, that is one of those things that I wish there was like a mod to like simulate bird strikes. And I know you can do like random failures, but I wish you could like I wish someone had a mod that added birds to the sim, and like one out of like every 50 flights or whatever on like a variable value you could have like a bird fly into your engine like in real life, and you have to go through your emergency procedures and get the aircraft on the ground. So that'd be a cool mod, especially for flight realism. I mean, in real life, bird strikes, they do happen. They do happen. I mean, we all know of that famous incident on the Hudson, right? But I mean, bird strikes, they do happen. I wish the sim kind of replicated it in real life, or kind of replicated it. That would be a cool idea though. Birds flying around, right? Or even just a mod that would like simulate like a bird hitting your windshield every once in a while. Then maybe like once every like, or maybe every flight you have like a 1 in 100 chance of having a bird strike in it taking out an engine. So, I mean, the Boeings do simulate an engine failures quite well. While I was testing out the 777-200 livery, I did go through an emergency procedure just to see how it would be like, right? But I mean, it was fun. It was quite fun to get out of my comfort zone. Of course, I didn't do it on VATSIM. Of course, I'm not that insane, but it'd be interesting to simulate those. But I guess the one issue is that you have to make sure it's not busy on VATSIM, right? And there'd have to be a way to disable a failure and disable the emergency. That'd be the one issue. Because, especially if you're flying in like a VATSIM event, imagine if you were like really busy. Imagine if the controls were like really busy, and you were flying in a VATSIM event, and boom, bird strike. You have to figure out a way to disable it, right? But it would add an extra layer of realism. And with where I fly, no, ATC is not usually that big of. They're not usually that busy. Airport. We gotta get back down to. We gotta get back down to Ascension Island and SBFN. Those two airports I like. Maybe we'll do like a mini across the southern pond or something. Day one of these days here, maybe this week. Friday, Thursday night and Friday night are kind of write-offs for me this week. Kind of annoying, but gotta make money. Gotta make some money somehow. Thursday night and Friday night are kind of write-offs though. You have to be at work a lot earlier than usual. Usually don't go into work until about 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and I work until like 9, 10, and then bike home. But this week's a little different. Even though I filled them. Please do not schedule me for morning shifts. I cannot get up for them. This week they gave me 1 morning and 1 midday shift. So, either way, very annoying. But I mean, she knows to make any money, so I gotta make my money somehow. Alright. We are... Actually, I think we are technically now in U.S. airspace. Yeah. You actually gonna get that on the books now? Ascension to SBFN, then to Brazil. Planning to do that tomorrow night, I think. Well, actually, maybe tomorrow morning. Maybe if we can get David to fly with us. Yeah, that'll never happen. That will never happen. But that would be cool though. The 3 of us going. Oh, if David's never been to SBFN though. Oh, that's a fun airport. It is. The approach seems bad, and in real life, it's not as bad as it looks. At least, it's not as bad as it is in real life. But that would be fun. Let's see. When would be the best day to do that? Would it be tomorrow morning, actually? It's about fit 3 buses. Yeah. Just about. Here being just about. And that first leg we'd have to do in the 321. Or, no, you can do it in the 319, no problem. Don't want to. Actually, don't want to do it in the 321. Forget what I said. I think I did it the first time in the 319, and then the second time in the 320. It's definitely one of those legs that's easier to. It's definitely one of those airports that's easier to do in the 319. And then, oh, Grumpy, you missed out on this, but getting out of there at night on the portable. Now that was scary. That's not optional. I think you mean trees. Parking in the bushes or trees or whatever. Well, that taking off out of SBFN though, That was scary. Could barely see anything. I did it at night. It's in the 320. Right, and so we're already a little heavier than this is my comfort. Right, we had to turn the bleeds off for that takeoff. That was by definition a true flap 3 toga. Now that was scary. But ascension's quite nice. So you want to plan that leg for Wednesday morning? Or the flights for Wednesday morning then? 6-7 Zulu, take your pick. I quite like those islands. Those islands are much fun. All right, we are direct. I think that's Nantucket VOR. Back in November, I think that's Nantucket. Kenbrook. Direct to the Kenbrook VOR, which is just north of Boston. So at Kenbrook, we'll begin to do our descent briefing. And then I'm going to assume that New York Center is configured correctly to give us auto ATC descents. Keyword being guess. Of course, that's no guarantee. Damn it, I don't know why I'm so gassy right now. Maybe it's time for another cup of tea. Just a quick work message I have to read real quickly. %10 off all cookie purchases. To Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital. Alright. Just a message I have to read. Essentially saying we're doing a donation now for like the next month. Doing a donation sale to a children's hospital. You have to be in the U.S. in order to you have to purchase stuff from us. And I think it's only our location that we're doing it. That's doing it. So, and unfortunately, we cannot deliver internationally. We can deliver like up to 30 miles away. So. Alright, grab myself another cup of tea. I'm gonna try to make it most of the day. 28 miles to drop. How long do we have till top? It doesn't say, but actually, if we were to go, I'm just gonna use my laptop here. Direct from Hook to that other waypoint. Direct splat from Hook. That'll probably give us our top descent. Nope. Weird. And we have 500. We have 500. We have 512 miles to go. So that's average. All right. Let's plan for this approach now. All right. I'm gonna take ILS 33 left today. Actually, first off, what's the winds? 300 degrees 8. -7, -16. Altimeter 3015. We can go and switch over to inch to whatever the inches one, whatever inch HP or whatever, or whatever it is. I know that HPA is hectopascals. Thanks very much, UK, for setting the standard there, and thank you very much to the US for having to be different. Those beaches are looking incredible from up here. Those beaches are looking incredible from up here. No, they're not beaches. That's snow. Damn, that was an embarrassing mistake. We still got about a foot of snow on the ground, by the way. Nothing's melted since the storm. Nothing. I'm hoping that might change today because I need to be able to bike to work tomorrow. I need to be able to bike to work without my nerves going all bad. I had a very, very, very close call last Thursday. When I was biking to work. I had a very close call. Kind of wrecked my nerves the rest of the week. Just in terms of biking. It was that close. I mean, I actually thought I was going off, but was able to stay on somehow. What did it was a tiny little piece of ice, which I'm hoping will melt today. Actually, when is the weather for today? Aside from sunny. Wait, what? We're getting more snow tomorrow? Are we really fucking getting more snow tomorrow? Oh my fucking word, we are. What on earth? How much? Okay, it's at night. That makes it even worse. Okay, less than 2 centimeters. Okay, that'll be like a coating. Okay. And this weekend, gonna stay cold this whole week. Damn it. Today is gonna get up to a singular degree. Damn it. That's gonna be really annoying. I might be at a Uber point over the week. Let's see here. Today, 1 minus 8. Tomorrow, 4 minus 3. Wednesday, 1 and minus 8. Thursday, 1 minus 9. Friday, 2 minus 8. Saturday, minus 3 minus 14. Sunday, minus 4 minus 10. Damn it. I was thinking that was going to warm up this week. Begin to melt some of this ice that's on the ground. So whatever doesn't melt Tuesday, it's going to stay on the ground for a bit. Annoying. That's what that is. Okay, usually I tend to like snow. Usually I freaking love snow. Just from the standpoint of it's pretty, it's nice, right? It gives all the little ones a nice day off of school, right? Actually, last week they had the entire week off. I mean, that snowstorm kind of brought everything to a halt last week. But I mean, hang on one second. And I'm bored. I thought someone was coming down to talk to me. I'm bored. And this is why I don't stream during the days usually. So, but anyway, last week that snowstorm kind of brought everything to a halt here on the East Coast. So, all right. We are approaching Boston. Once we're at Boston, we get to do our maybe we'll do descent briefing a little sooner than that. Kennedy Tower's in range now. I'm surprised that Kennedy Tower's was online. And they've been online for, holy shit, they've been online for 4 hours now. But yeah, no, that storm is like, I mean, I have a sister, and she got the entire week off last week because of snow, and nothing's melted since. So, and our roads are still looking pretty horrendous. So, you know, last night before the stream, I had to run to the grocery store for a few things, and a lot of our turn-only lanes are still covered in snow. So I'm kind of actually surprised that the schools are going back this week, or today. And they are, in fact, going back. Which is, in a way, surprising. I thought they were probably not going to be going back today, but I mean, they only have so many days that they can use. Right. Yeah, our local school system needs to begin to, well, actually, apparently they can't anymore. I was about to say our local school system needs to figure out a way to do virtual learning, but they can't. And the reason why is because the elementary school kids, they don't have their own personal devices. They don't have their own personal computers that they can take home, which is a move that financially makes a lot of sense, and that I very much support, because those guys don't know how to. Those guys haven't been taught. They haven't reached the age of maturity yet to the point where they can actually take care of their own devices. So, and oftentimes parents get mad. Right? I mean, my mom's a teacher for the school system, and yeah. I mean, she sees a lot of it. You know, arguably the people in middle school, so that's 6th grade to 8th grade, are arguably they're not really mature enough to be able to take home their own computers either. But elementary school kids, so kindergarten, sort of pre-K to 5th grade. Yeah, those guys definitely aren't mature enough to bring home their own devices. At least in my opinion. So, but yeah, no, that whole storm last week brought everything to a halt. Everything. And nothing's melted since. So I'm kind of surprised that they're going back today. Actually, there's even talk about us setting a record in terms of longest time we've ever gone with it not getting above freezing, which is mind-boggling to me. But okay. I guess we're like number 2 now. I guess the storm is number 2 now, so. Alright, let's take a look at our descent. I'm going to open up Novograph, but I'm going to open up Novograph on the system just so I can show everyone. Yep. Thanks for tuning in, Grumps. Always a pleasure talking to you. Alright, let's take a look at this descent briefing. So, I know I said we were gonna... Wait, no, that's wrong flight import. Alright. Let's see. Take RNAV Zulu. Take the RNAV... visibility will be fine. Actually, today might be a really good day to take RNAV Zulu 3 left. Yeah, let's plan for that, actually. Instead of the RNAV, or instead of the ILS, we'll take the RNAV. When... I gotta wait for that METAR. I gotta wait for that updated METAR to come out. 300 degrees 8. That was as of 1 hour 4 minutes ago. It'll come out in a moment. I go ahead and get it from it. However. I have no clue why I'm so gassy right now. Anyway, METAR. Kilo Bravo Whiskey. Yeah. Not. Okay. Still as of an hour ago. Hey, clerk. We are about to begin our descent. In not too long. We are approaching Boston in a moment. Then we'll begin our descent into Baltimore. Let's see. Can you see Boston? Boston is probably going to be somewhere over there. Just behind those clouds. Actually, can you see it right now? Possibly, kind of. Alright. Yeah. Alright, so in terms of our descent, what I'm thinking we're going to do is we're going to take the RNAV for runway 33 left, which will set us up on about a 4-mile final. We'll take it from Key is what I'm thinking. Right. 33 left is the main landing runway for Baltimore. Runway 28, take off right. 33 left, you have to use 33 left for most landings because it has the Cat 3 antennas. And here in Baltimore we do get some pretty gnarly weather that requires Cat 3 at times. 28 does have an ILS. Actually, all these runways have an ILS, but only 33 left and 15 right are actually Cat 3 ones. 28 has normal Cat 1, and same thing as 10. Alright. Any updated METAR? Time. Wait, is that it? I might have just gotten it. I might have just gotten the METAR time. 12. No, that's not it. So I'm just being. Yeah, no, that's not it. Wait. Oh, wait. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It is. Alright. Thinking it's 1400, not 1300. Alright. Updated METAR for Baltimore. Wind 300 degrees 7. 10 statute miles visibility. Altimeter 3016. Okay. Yep. Looking fine to me. And looking outside, I'm not seeing a singular cloud in the sky. So yeah, today would be a perfect day for the RNAV. So go ahead and throw that into the, it's not the McDo in this thing, it's the FMC. Departure, arrival. Baltimore, Trish 4, Noogie, RNAV, Zulu, runway 33 left from Key. We have to come in here, we have to edit this ever so slightly. I actually execute all that. That put in twice for some reason. And then direct from that, there we go. Alright, there we go. So you go to Nelly. So if we were to look at the plan here in this. Alright, so we are currently directed to Nelly. Okay, go then direct Grecki, Bizax, Farla, then Jersey, then Sierra Bravo Juliet, whatever VOR that is, then to Biggie and Copez, then to, what is that VOR? Should probably know this name in case I get told to go direct to it by any potential ATC. Medina. And then the end, Sierra Bravo Juliet, that is Solberg. Alright, then we go direct to Nuggie, that begins the arrival, then it's Troy's level 12,000. Alright. Let's tune the range down a little. And I think we'll try to get some fixes as well. Okay. Let's tune this range down. Let's tune this range down ever so slightly. So it's fins. We want fins at about 5,000. Then we go to Key, Lab Key, Giraffe, and that sets us up for on like a 4-mile final. Generally, I want to be fully configured around Lab P. Around Lab P at the latest. Get fully configured, and usually if there's no traffic around, what I'll usually do is I'll actually reduce to our final approach speed at that point as well, because in that turn I'm kind of busy looking for the runway. Usually I try to hand fly that approach, which today's no exception. Can I get the real life ATIS just so I know the runway conditions? Alright, let's see. Real world Baltimore information. Sierra, current surface wind 310 degrees 7 and 10 statute miles. Temperature -7, dew point -15, altimeter 3016. Okay, arrival aircraft expect visual approach, runway 33 left, runway 33 right. Departing runways 2833 right, notice airman. Frequency 1197 OTS, don't know what that means. Runway 28 de-ice pad spot 6 closed. South apron closed. Taxiway Mike closed between runway 33 right and taxiway Sierra. Taxiway Yankee closed. ILS runway 10 cat 3 OTS. Bird activity vicinity airport simultaneous approach is being conducted. 2 parallel runways, Baltimore. Okay. Advise you have Sierra. Okay, what does OTS mean? That would help. Alright, OTS. Aviation. I think it means out of service. I think that's what that means anyway. Damn, I have no clue. Out of service? Yeah, that'll make sense. Out of service. Okay. Damn, the Cat 3s are out of service. Ouch. Ouch. Alright, let me finish processing this and then we can begin to take a further look at our descent. I have a special mug here for Mondays. I was still grumpy earlier. Don't know how well you can see that, but what it says is Mondays are an enigma, which most Mondays are. For most people. Mondays for me are usually... Actually, I'm actually kind of surprised that I didn't get a Monday shift this week. Usually I work like 3 hours Monday, that's it. Alright. You're direct to Nelly. If Kennedy is configured appropriately, which they probably are, we'll get an auto ATC message here in a few moments telling us that we need to telling us to begin our descent. Though that's very reliant on if Kennedy is configured correctly, which Kennedy Tower is, so it might be. Okay, Kennedy Tower is online, so we'll see. We will have to see. Alright. How long until our top descent, though, in case we have to do it manually? 146 miles. Alright, in that case, for Baltimore, 1 auto brake 3. An auto brake 3 for Baltimore. In terms of our approach speed, flaps 30, 130 knots is what I'm thinking. That makes sense. That works. Beautiful day outside. Yeah. Flaps 30, 130 knots. Excuse me. Alright. Checklists. We do have checklists in here, but you don't use them. Alright, recall. Alright, we have no equipment failures. Everything's good. We have everything in correctly. Alright, notes. Anti-ice equipment must be on for our descent. We can actually go ahead and make sure that all that stuff is not on auto anymore. Just throw all that stuff on now. Yeah, I might use up ever so slightly more fuel, but it is currently -7 outside, so yeah, we kind of need that. I think we kind of need that on. Notes checked, auto brake checked, landing data. I think it's 496 on this approach. Yes, you got it right. Learning Baltimore. Learning it correctly. There's only a few airports that I know the minimums off the top of my head for. Heathrow, Eddie, and now Baltimore. Alright. Put that in, and then altimeter is going to be 3016. Go ahead and preset that. For anyone curious, transition level in the US is really simple. It's always 180. Which you might think is quite high, but that's before you factor in that applies for the entirety of the US no matter what kind of hills you're in. It's always 180. 3016. Alright, landing data in, and then in terms of our approach, here's what the approach looks like. Okay, key, then lab P, B lab P around 3200, then intercept giraffe at 1500. And then it is pure visual from that point to 33 left. Okay, and that sets us up on a 4-mile final. So, quite nice. It's not as tricky as Madeira, but it's always still much fun. It's about as close to Madeira as you're going to find here in the US. Alright, and then in terms of our actual descent, okay. So it's Troy's level 12, then Free above 9, Trish below 9, Woody level aim for 5, Finn's level 5, then Key level 4, and then that DC-8 tower's coming online. Wonder if we're gonna get some kind of a control, or sorry, center here in the US. Alright. Yeah, and then I'll go 3,200 level that, so that's what we'll aim to do. Alright. Right then, approach briefing completed. Approach descent checklist complete. And in case of go around, we'll just simply fly the pattern. It'll be up to 3,000, fly the pattern. Alright, I'm not gonna jinx it, but it was this time last week, or during this flight, in which we had the 2 crashes. The 2 simultaneous crashes. Which I have linked to AMD Ryzen Master, causing those very hardware-like crashes. So right now I do not have any overclocking going on, but I might decide to enable my I might decide to let the NVIDIA app do a very light overclocking of the graphics card again, considering it, just not of the CPU. We'll see how long till top descent. Yeah, usually they try to begin it around now, honestly. We'll see. We'll begin it in 5 minutes, no matter what. But I'm expecting an auto ATC message. Anyone else online? No, just Kennedy. Just Kennedy and DCA. In terms of traffic, damn, we got a number of aircrafts all on the same line. Got a number of aircrafts all on the same line. All right. Oh yeah, we can see all that snow on the ground now. All the snow that's never melted. It's been suffering from crashes. Damn. Damn, his memory. Did you overclock the memory? I support enabling XMP or the AMD equivalent of that. That's it in terms of memory. Damn. 7900 XTX. Alright, well, you tuned in at a good time, Ross. Tuned in at a good time. So we're gonna get our final screenshots before we go for a descent. Bad chase plane. So. Do have an aircraft about 30 miles, roughly 11 o'clock. Keep it out for the traffic. About to get an auto ATC message, I think. Oh, really? And you didn't hear her say anything? Wow. No, I'm messing around. We are about to begin our descent. Although, I appreciate the support, mate. I do appreciate the support. Alright, let's take a look. Here. You know, last week we had a set of really bad crashes, and then I spent most of I want to say Friday, trying to sort them out. And I did find them out to be AMD Ryzen Master causing the issues. They were all hardware related, right? I mean, just going through and I found kernel errors and whatnot, so. And then what's even worse is that it took out, I have a feeling that the issues took out my, my Ethernet controller. So last night, what I ended up doing was I ended up reinstalling my Ethernet driver, and that appeared to fix the issue. So anyway, I'm not recommending Ryzen Master to anyone right now. I'm not, the only overclocking that I recommend right now is NVIDIA. So, and for an NVIDIA on flight sim, I don't really recommend that. So. Alright. We'll begin our descent in 1 minute, no matter what. Initial down to whatever. Yeah, we'll go initially down. Oh, there it is. There it is. Washington Center advises send and maintain level 340, no separation services provided. There it is. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, beginning descent now, level 340, Baltimore traffic. There it is. The auto ATC message. If ATC is online, you may receive automated guidance to assist online controllers after receiving instructions. Resume navigation. Auto ATC does not offer separation services and is not available everywhere. Provides feedback. Please see whatever. Auto ATC feedback. Boston Center advises to send maintain level 340, no separation services provided. It's around the time we should have gotten it. And maintain good speed on this descent, shall we? So I am eager to go do other things. Sorry, just looking at a few work messages. Alright, we're about to get another. We are about to get another auto ATC message, I reckon. Alright, Baltimore CTF is 118. Sorry, 119.400. Yeah, 119.400. Actually, Seb and I were talking about that the other day, and it's like, it's not decimal, it's a point. It's like, I'm sorry, I have all my training from the UK, I'm sorry. And in the UK and everywhere else, we say decimal, not point. Let me just, it is 109.400, right? Yeah, it is. I'm embarrassed to have to look this up, but I have to verify. Yeah, it is. It is. Go speed 290 knots now. Alright. It's about to give us something else, I think. If New York is configured correctly, which it might. New York's always a. Let's see. We'll see. I feel like it usually gives us something by Jersey. But you will see. I am using the wing controller, wing ones, which are nice, but there are a few limitations with them. The main limitations being with flaps. Right, so there's only a few select flap settings I can go with. Which is not really that big of an issue for me, but I mean, I'm okay with using modified flap settings, but it is one of those things to keep in mind. We have a Southwest on the ground at Baltimore. Nice. New York Center advises crossing Jersey at 280. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy, descending now, level 280, level Jersey. Baltimore traffic. That's a pretty steep descent. Give me that a little late. Go speed 280 knots then. So, now the wing control stuff, it's nice, but it has a limitation. Yeah, I know the speed breaks extended bloody aircraft. No, I know it is, just because I need to. Frickin' New York gave me something a little late, so I have to be mean to, unfortunately. That's not New York, is it? Shit, it is. Okay, this is worth a screenshot right here. Yeah, David made a video on a really good idea if you want to try that. I'd be more than happy to send it to you. Essentially what he did was he 3D printed. Now you might need to do some 3D printing, but what he did was he 3D printed some little things, some little rails, and then he also printed a new handle for it, right? And that gave him more flap settings, which, I mean, I did the same thing, and it does work. It does work. Is it the best solution ever? No, but it works. That's the main thing. So, but with the wind wing, there's just no chance. With these throttles, I'm sorry, there's no chance in hell of doing it. So cross scope is at maintain 180. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, descending now level 180, level Copas. Baltimore traffic. Yeah, but no, that's the biggest limitation with the wind wing. At least as far as I can tell, there's just no chance in hell of being able to set up properly for a Boeing. And I kind of wish that they would sell like a little Boeing flap handle on the side, because I mean the throttles themselves, they can do Boeing if you set up the speed brake fine. They can do Boeing just fine, but the flaps can't. Right, so what I have is I just have an ever so slightly modified curve, and for the triple I go 5, 15, 20, and full. I'm considering swapping 20 for 25. So that's another option. That's another option. Actually, up on the wall behind me, you can't really see it. I have the old throttles, and yeah, there's just like a little rail that sits above it. Right, you hot glue it in place or super glue or whatever, and then you take off the old flaps handle. You install a new one, and then I find that if your 3D printer makes it a little hard to use, just add a little food safe silicone grease to it, and it'll use it fine. So. Yeah, I just add a little food safe silicone grease if it's not moving up and down correctly, and it'll work perfectly. So, actually, I have considered taking the flaps unit off that and putting it back over here just primarily for Boeings, but I'm not going to do that. For now, I'll live with the limitation. But I mean, it is a modification that I do recommend doing especially if you're gonna fly Boeings, which you do. No, the biggest challenge is like the Dreamliner. I want to say that the Dreamliner has something crazy. Like the Dreamliner has, I think, the same amount of flap settings, if not more, than the 737s, if I'm not mistaken. Right. What is our forecast data? Load. Destination. Our ETA for Baltimore is now 13:59 Zulu. Why is this all tangled? This is a little tangled. So Clark, I've been doing some VFR flights with Honolulu. So over in Hawaii with Seb, who's an air traffic controller for Vansom. He does Honolulu ground, and then he has tower for everywhere else in Honolulu or in Hawaii. I've been doing some VFR flights over there and actually learning how to do throttle manually and properly. Learning how to properly do manual throttle landings, which the triple, you always do it. The 777 is always an auto throttle landing. But I mean, and it's been fun. It's been quite fun. Learning how to do VFR flights. Yeah, you have to remind me about the UK VFR rules. So far I haven't done like destination to destination. So far I've just done so far I've just done VFR circuits. and I kind of suck at them still. Sub said I was going too far on my downwinds, and my bases are a little inconsistent. So, yeah, I gotta get better before I can actually do like an official VFR flight, or like destination to destination VFR flight. So, all right, let's see. We are almost level 180. Put in our altimeter again. Welcome back, Grumps. Alright. Let's see. Just waiting for this next message from Auto ATC. If you can send them to Discord, then that'd be helpful. So you don't lose them in chat. Cross skip is, that's what we're doing. Yeah. Oh, Far is a nice airport. I haven't been there in real life, but I could go there one of these days. Alright. Now what is this aircraft in front of us? Is it a CRJ? Wait, what? It's a CRJ-7 going to DCA. Okay. Gotta keep an eye out for him. Yeah. Okay, if you could put all those instructions in just like a Discord message, that would be beneficial. But I'll take a photo of the chat. So special to 7 o'clock turn base. Okay. All right, Grumpy. Here's a question that you might know. Transition altitude. Do you remove standard pressure at it, or or in the direction that you're going? So after you pass it, is the question. Right. So right now we're level 180. That is the USA transition altitude. Right. Thank you, Clark. But I mean, are you supposed to do it as you're passing it, or like at it? So, all right, in that case, we should probably do it now. Yeah, I know aircraft. Setting your altimeter, which is what it is called here in the U.S. And I think that's about where New York tends to leave us. See if Washington. See if Washington does anything. Doubt it. We will put it in again, or we'll begin to descend manually in a moment if it doesn't, if Auto ATC doesn't send us anything. Usually ends about here. Usually it's Boston and New York that does it, though Washington doesn't do anything. But we do have Reagan Tower, so it might. Go out to 12,000 level of Troy's in a moment. Yeah. Final approach speed is going to be 129 knots instead. Oh, there it is. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, descending now, altitude 12,000 feet, level Troy's Baltimore traffic. I think I just got a message that I have to. No, it's Discord. Good 280 knots for now. That is not nearly enough snow on the ground. Sim, that is not nearly enough snow on the ground. Everywhere right now on the East Coast still has like a foot. Right, and after this, I believe we are on our own. We're actually going to go RNAV approach today because not a single cloud in the sky. At least not according to my nice window of a tree trunk, a fence, and some other buildings. Still not seeing any trees though, or any clouds. Alright, let's see. Don't think we can see Martin State yet. No, we're still a little far out. It's a little far out to be able to see Martin State. Martin State Airport is a not really used for anything now other than some flight training, which I don't even know if they. I think there is some flight training that goes on at Martin State Airport. Martin State is just north of Baltimore. Just north. Yeah, just northeast of the Baltimore, Washington, the big one. Our big airport. My dad actually used to live right behind Martin State Airport. It used to be a military field, but I don't think it's really used that much for anything. I think they have a few F-14s there on display in like a little museum, and I think that's about it. But it does have a standardized approach procedures, so. Right, there are 3 arrivals into Baltimore. I think one of them might be inbound as well. Yeah, there is one of them inbound. What frequency is he on? Is he already on stage half? He might be. He is. Okay. I'll have to keep an eye out for him. Actually, CTAF has a tower frequency, though I have gotten handoffs before to CTAF when like a controller's hopping offline, and so we might go to CTAF a little early today. Anyway, that guy's on approach now, so traffic no factor. go direct to Woody. 6,000. Baltimore traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy, descending now altitude 6,000 feet, reducing speed 250 knots. Turning now direct to Woody on the Trish 4. Baltimore traffic. Speed 250 knots. Go. You can get our. Actually, we can get all our lights on now. Before I forget, which I will forget. I thought I was past the buzzing. I thought I thought I was past the vibrating. Okay, let's go altitude 5,500. Alright, are you going to be fine without the speed brake, or are you gonna want it a little? Yeah, you want it. You're gonna need a little. Alright, this right here is known as the Chesapeake Bay. Quite a big landmark. Quite a big landmark here. Here in Maryland. Our entire state's basically built around it. And out of the Chesapeake Bay, we get stuff like crab. And, actually mainly crab. Which, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of crab, but we do get nice crab out of the Chesapeake Bay. But if you look at a map of the entire state, it's like we encompass the entirety of the bay. Even though states all the way to like southern Ohio will rely off it. So. Alright. Give me 240 knots if we're gonna continue to play this game. Baltimore traffic, speed road 22 Bravo, reducing speed now 240 knots. Baltimore traffic. Because my rate of descent is not usual. It's not proper rate of descent. It's like right on the line of needing speed brake and not. Currently estimating Baltimore with actually 17.8 for fuel, which is really good. Oh yes, cabin's ready. Actually, we can turn those on now. That right there is, I believe, Aberdeen Proving Grounds. And Martin State's coming up. There's Martin State right there. Oh, did New York really just hop offline after like what 4.5, 5 hours? Nearly 5 hours. I think New York just finally hopped offline. 5 hours is that something? Imagine dealing with all the idiots and and I've been told, quote unquote told, and I have a very hard time believing it, that Kennedy is worse than Heathrow. You're being told. Right. Though I kind of have a hard time believing it. Baltimore traffic speed bird 22 Bravo, reducing speed now 230 knots, descending altitude 4,000 feet, level key, Baltimore traffic. Passing Woody will go key. I should have the field in sight now. Or we should be getting it in sight. Not quite. Not quite. Baltimore traffic speed bird 22 Bravo, reducing speed now 210 knots. We'll be taking the RNAV Zulu arrival from Key. Baltimore traffic. Some flaps might help us. Get flaps 5 now. And we'll hand fly from Lab P, is what I'm thinking. Or do we need to be at Lab P again? Alright, Lab P, 3,200 feet. Baltimore traffic speed bird 22 Bravo, reducing speed now 190 knots. Baltimore traffic. Flaps 15. Looking for the field. Field in sight. Baltimore traffic speed bird 22 Bravo, reducing speed now 160 knots. Base turn now, runway 33 left. Baltimore traffic. Baltimore traffic speed bird 22 Bravo is base turn now, runway 33 left from Key, reducing speed now 160 knots. Baltimore traffic. Get the gear down.
Baltimore traffic, Southwest 2521 is clear of 33 left, taxi to the ramp. Baltimore.
Alright, gear down. Gear down in green. Alright. Take that. Alright, approach checklist. Altimeter's set. Alright, speed brake armed. Good. Landing checklist complete. Speed brake armed, landing gear down, flaps 30 checked. Alright, begin to hand fly this in a moment. Guess it go around, it'll be up to 3,000. It'll be straight climb up to 3,000. Gives it go around. I'll hand fly this approach. The updated winds. Oh great, this is gonna happen as soon as we land. Winds are 300 degrees 7. Nothing unheard of. Right. Reduce final approach speed now, 134 knots. Just so I don't have to maneuver the mouse again. My controls. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, turning, final now, runway 33 left. It'll be, Baltimore traffic. Yeah, I know. I know you do. Fucking any builds. Yeah, I do feel bad for you, Grumpy. I do feel bad. Keep this rate of descent. Yeah, it would have been nice to have this flight together, and for me to watch your landing.
2500.
Noted. Continue that rate of descent a little. Continue on that VNAV path. I know, right? I know. Alright, we're going into serial cockpit mode. Serial flight deck begins now. Begin this descent again. It is a little hard to see the runway just because of all the snow on the ground. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, now 5 miles to run. Visual approach runway 33 left. Baltimore traffic. So this is looking tidy so far. Remember, if I don't like it, I can always go around. Beginning to see the pappies. They kind of blend in with the snow. We are off. We are off ever so slightly. Feels like we're a little low. Well, pappies say a different story. It's kind of hard to see them though.
Approaching. 3 left.
Final call, Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, now short final, runway 33 left, final call, Baltimore. Look at that shadow.
500. Approaching minimums.
Continue approach. Alright, runways in sight. Continue, clear to land, no traffic on runways. Minimums checked, continue approach, stable approach.
300. 200. 100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
And that was a little firm. Still not bad. That was a little firm. Maybe a tad under flare. That approach is pretty much spot on though.
4,000 feet remaining.
Thanks. Welcome to the airport of mainly Southwest. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, now clear of 33 left, taxiing Papa Bravo to Echo 3. Baltimore traffic. Alright, flaps away. It'd be a 9.97, watch that happen. It'll be a 9.97, I think. I think New Sky gives you up to 1.44 G's for landing. We were at 1.44. Still happy with that. Right. Then get an APU started before I forget. I need to print out I need to print out another note for the bottom of the screen. See ya, Clark. Yeah, I need to print out another note for the bottom of the screen that reminds me not to forget about the bloody APU. Pretty sure he's. Yeah. Yeah. I tend to agree. Not that many international flights go out of Baltimore anymore. And we just lost one of our bigger ones. We just lost Play a few months back when they went on when they went under. All right, flight directors off, water brake off. Once that APU is available. Let me think about engine. Do engine 1 shut down. Yeah, no, we have Dulles. Dulles is farther away than it should be, but I mean we do have Dulles though. And Dulles is where they fly. They used to fly British Airways A380s to Dulles. I was on one. Yeah, well, that was not my best flight. That A380 into Dulles. I wonder what's going on with that dip right there. Scenery bug. Latin VFR has done a pretty poor job with updating the scenery. Potentially looking into the freeware stuff, but the freeware stuff, it's not as detailed. Three minutes is the time limit for a bus to turn off engine. 3 minutes. That's interesting. That is interesting. Right here, this is all, so Southwest operates half of this airport, and then everyone else gets the other half. Right, so United, American, Spirit. We used to have Air Canada. I don't think we have Air Canada anymore. Well, actually, Air Canada would be over here. No, I think the only 3 international players now for Baltimore are BA, Iceland Air, and Copa Airlines, which operates flights to Mexico. Which I'm kind of surprised we have Iceland Air, but we might stretch. Alright, we can... I don't know why our landing lights are still on. We can turn our strobies off now. When we turn off lights off, we just need taxi. Alright, and that's what I mean here about the scenery not being updated. This taxiway here is no longer Alpha Alpha. It is taxiway Juliet. It's been that way for like the past 8 months now. So... But I mean, Latin VFR isn't exactly known for being the best stuff in the world. It's the only stuff I could find for this airport. And it's not bad. I mean, it could be better. Just a few minor annoyances. Right, there is Echo 5. And here is Echo 3. Alright, here's when you know it's either a good flight or a bad flight. This parking. Which I tend to do a pretty poor job at in the triple. I thought I just heard a USB disconnect. It was not anything important. Alright, you want to turn taxi lights off while you're parking. So you're not blinding anyone down here. BA usually operates in Echo 1, but occasionally I've seen them at Echo 3. Almost. Almost. Parking brake set. Engine number 2 shut down. And I'll wait for that to finish spooling down. Parked a bit askew is what GSX said. Yeah, that was an average flight. Alright. Beacon's off now. Alright, before we take a look at the New Sky score, shutdown checklist. Parking brake is set. Weather radar off. Hydraulics off. Fuel pumps off. We have a secure checklist. Adiru's off. Emergency lights to off. And packs off. But I'm not going to worry about packs. Alright. Logo, wing off. Alright. What is the damage? Oh, Grumpy, you predicted it. You predicted it. Grumpy, you perfectly predicted it. It was a 10. Only $95,000 made for the VA. But that's because it's we didn't do the scheduled route. Thanks A340. Right, and our cargo was a bit low. We'll have to figure out a way to make that up. But it was a nice 10. Great touchdown. How on earth did it think it was challenging conditions? It was not challenging conditions at all. Well, actually, now that we have the most recent METAR, it was challenging conditions. 290 degrees 12. Alright. What does that do to my average rating? 7.91. 9.71 average rating, and then average rating for the 777 is, for the past 30 days is 9.67, and I'm determined to remove this flight from the record. The 8.82 flight, because that was last week when we had the 2 crashes. So, and the airplane and the aircraft veered off the runway. So, alright. Alright, I feel like I have enough time to do another flight. I'm not tired at all. Not gonna do the reverse route. Though I have done that before. There's one day fairly recently I did it. I think I flew the A340 back to, I think it was the A340. Flew that thing back over to Heathrow, and then flew a 777 back. So somehow that brings me up to 2 10s for the month of February. That's not bad. Alright, where can we go next? Because I'm not tired and I'm trying to stay up most of the day today without going to sleep, so I can prepare for my other shifts later this week that I have to be up early for. Alright, let's see. Thanks, Tramps. Thank you, mate, for tuning in. Actually, what I might do is I'm gonna finish up the 777 guide, because I need to finish that up. So in that case, I am gonna end the stream here. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute blast. And I've gotten to see what I do while I sit here and do a long haul. Technically, do a long haul. That's more mid-range. Anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute blast today. And we ended it off on a good note. And I will see you all in the next one, which don't know when that's going to be yet. It'll probably be Wednesday. So long for now. Bye-bye.